immediately. Our distinguished still outside, please can you make your way in as we commence immediately. To all our distinguished guests outside by the lobby, please, tea break is over. Your way inside. Tea break is officially over. Please make your way in. Distinguished guests, the ladies in green would give you directions or help you, assist you with where to sit, and would actually attend to your immediate questions concerning these environments, especially as it regards the restroom, water, and one or two other questions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this momentous occasion that marks a significant leap forward in Nigeria's journey towards sustainable energy. Bernard Ajewale is my name, and it's my pleasure to be the master of ceremony for this landmark event. Nigeria's compressed natural gas revolution, harnessing opportunity for a sustainable future. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, today we gather here not merely as spectators, but as witnesses to a transformative chapter in Nigeria's energy landscape. The world is at a crucial crossroad, and Nigeria, with its rich resources and unwavering commitment to progress, is set to play pioneering role in the global shift towards sustainable energy solution. Compressed natural gas stands as a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change, offering us a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable alternative. This revolution is not just about harnessing a natural resources. It is about seizing an opportunity to reshape our future, ensure a legacy of environmental responsibility and economic prosperity for generations to come. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may the discussions and collaboration that unfolds today pave the way for a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable Nigeria. Please, can we stand as we start with the national anthem? Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves and for Nigeria, our dear nation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, on behalf of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, I want to say welcome and thank you for being part of history. Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, I would not be doing plenty talk. I will just swift straight to the agenda of the program as I invite for the foundations of compressed natural gas, a comprehensive overview. I'd like to invite the program director himself to do this. Please, a round of applause for Michael Oluwagbemin.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. This event is more of an information sharing and engagement event. And so we'll be spending the better part of today sharing information with you on the roadmap for the presidential CNG initiative announced by Mr. President on July 31st after during the palliative measure speech, and which he has since and his team given effect to by setting up the P-CNGi steering committee. And it's an honor, of course, today that we have a member of that committee here with us and several members of the initiative working day and night to give effect to the dream of Mr. President to transition this country from PMS diesel to cleaner, safer, more reliable, and of course cheaper compressed natural gas. I think my presentation, I just want to make sure that it's up so it can be more specific. Do we have it ready? All right. So today, this presentation is, of course, designed as a fact-sharing, information-sharing presentation. I will try as much as possible to also ensure if you have any question, please feel free to note it. At the end of it, there will be an opportunity for you to ask, but I hope it will be interactive where necessary, so that we can learn. It's a learning opportunity for everybody, including myself. I themed it from wellhead to nozzle, and for good reason. We get the gas, and it gets to the nozzle, and everything that happens in between constitutes the CNG value chain. And all of you in the room today have one role or the other to play. I've met participants here this morning who participate in the exploration and production side of gas, to those who are processing, to those who are storing and distributing, of course, the refueling station operators in the room. We have CNG conversion workshop and CNG kit suppliers. Also in the room here today, we have folks that are dealing with the actual testing and inspection. So all of you constitute market actors from the wellhead to the nozzle. And this today is designed to give us an exploration of what opportunities exist as Nigeria transitions. Next slide. At the basis of who we are and why we are here is the opportunity for Nigeria to utilize its wealth. As Africa's largest gas reserve and also second largest flarer in the world after Russia, Nigeria has immense gas resources. And today, unfortunately, our transportation sector is still largely tethered to not the biggest resource that we have, which is gas, but still to crude oil. There are three problems with that. One is the historical problem and the reality that Nigeria, even though we produce quite a bit of crude oil as well, but we don't have as much crude oil as we have gas. We do not process our crude oil today, so we import it. That also means, and the reality of that also, is that the utilization or our economy is largely driven by what happens outside of Nigeria. When the price of crude oil goes up, the price at the pump goes up, but the Nigeria economy and Nigeria participants, market actors, have nothing to do with that. So the opportunity for us to transition from crude oil to gas-based transportation sector-driven economy is one that also allows us to do significant import substitution. Beyond import substitution also is, of course, export enablement. Once we start once we start processing and utilizing our own gas for transportation and we are substituting that import, it will also mean that we have more crude oil if we start processing, and we hope so soon, as the refineries get up to running, to export our crude oil and its derivatives. So the export enablement in that segment is also significant, which will also constitute significant FX inflows to the country. Nigeria is also developing gas market, export markets around the region. The opportunity for us to build expertise in our vehicle manufacturing, in hybrid, as we develop biofuel vehicles and exporting those vehicles to ECOWAS states and African Union states as signatories to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, also provides opportunity for Nigeria to sell not just vehicles but also its gas. We are building pipeline to Morocco. We are building trans-Saharan pipeline to Algeria and maybe ultimately to Europe. As we export our vehicles, as we export and enable our gas economy, and as we also increase the utilization of our natural gas resources in country, there's rapid opportunity for industrialization and job creation. So today, next slide. Having set the context on the why we are doing this, blessed country with so much gas that can last us 97 years, and still looking for more, and still finding more. We want to go through part of this presentation might look basic for those people, of course, who are experts in the room, but not everybody is an engineer or expert in the sector as the case may be. But the first component of this is even to delve into the in-depth of CNG and how and why, natural gas itself. Many in the room will have ideas, say, why not LPG? I'm sure those questions are going to come during the question time, and we'll be tackling them on the panel. But more importantly is to drive you through the entire gas value chain, see those opportunities, and then delve into the mandate of P-CNGi. How P-CNGi can help you, enable you, allow you to invest in the sector with confidence, knowing fully well that the government is strategically focused at driving this. I won't take too long, even though this is a lengthy presentation. I will be skipping some slides. Details of the slides will be shared with you for those who make requests to us. Natural gas, as you know, is of course naturally occurring, as the name implies. It is not associated gas or liquefied petroleum gas. It occurs naturally and largely constitutes of methane. At the most basic component of it is methane, ethane, even though their derivatives, propane and butane, can also be stripped of it. Next slide. There are differences. Unfortunately, I don't think this screen is clear enough. There are differences between LPG and natural gas. LPG is a derivative of the petroleum refining process and cracking. Natural gas occurs naturally. And then people will ask also the question about LNG. The L behind this, the NG versus the C, is the difference between the way it is processed and stored. While for LNG, it's liquefied and it can store quite a bit of natural gas under cryogenic conditions. For compressed natural gas, it's actually a product of compressing, applying pressure. So one is dropping the temperature to liquefy it so that it can be transported over long distance, including tankers and vehicles. The other is compression, and which allows it to be stored more quantities to be stored in caskets and then moved down the value chain on trucks. Next slide. Natural gas processing can take various forms, as I've already indicated. For that which is compressed, the basic thing is you need to strip off the mercury and other impurities, remove the wetness, and then compress the gas. Very basic. Engineering drawing looks complicated, but that's the basic thing that needs to be done. But the reality is that if you consider natural gas processing versus to CNG versus what it takes for you to produce petrol or diesel, you understand that there's a reason why natural gas as CNG is a lot cheaper than petrol and diesel. The process is just different. If you look at a CNG station processing for 100,000 vehicles a day and compare it to a refinery that is producing petrol for 100,000 vehicles a day, the size and the complexity of the plants differs very widely. CNG is just simpler to produce. Natural gas, of course, naturally doesn't go through all the cracking, all the complication that you associate with petrol and diesel. And of course, it's also cleaner, right? So the product is cleaner, the process is simpler, therefore the pricing is cheaper. Next. I will skip this slide. We're repeating the same thing. The value chain is important, of course. After you process, then you have to store, then you have to move and distribute. And that value chain is long. And along that value chain, there are different opportunities. And so this segment of the presentation is to walk us through what are the gaps in the value chain of CNG production distribution in Nigeria today. What are the opportunities? When we talk about gaps and challenges, we are really talking about opportunities for businessmen and investors like yourself. Today, we have about 23 thereabout compressor stations nationwide. And most of them are centered around sources of gas, especially in the south, all the way to Ajaokuta. And of course, there are two ways you can go about this. You can either go about it directly compressing the CNG, putting on the CNG truck, and then distributing it across the country. Or you have to go through the route of regasification, long route or a short route. Those are the two exclusive opportunities for distribution. Next slide. In Nigeria today, the market opportunities are bountiful. If you compare where we are and where we need to be, Nigeria compared to countries like Iran and India, we have 9 mother stations, 82 CNG cascades, 17 retail stations, with about 95 million, but we know we are around 220 million as a country. Compared to Iran, that converted 4-5 million vehicles in the last 10 years. that has about 150,000 kilometers of distribution of pipeline, about 2,000, almost 2,500 CNG stations compared to Nigeria's 9. In terms of refueling stations, Nigeria has 17, they have 2,461. So the gaps become very obvious. Natural gas vehicles, we are barely scratching 5,000. They have 4.5 million. India has 3.4 million of the same number. So you begin to get the message. The opportunities are bountiful, the gaps are obvious. What you need to close these gaps, we need to create a natural gas vehicle market. We need to convert very quickly because we already have 6-7 million PMS vehicles in our commercial sector, for example. Overall, in the country, you have about 15 to 17 million. How do we move 1 million of those to natural gas vehicle quickly so that the demand can then drive the supply? If you are investing in the sector, you want to be sure that enough vehicles are then making demands of the CNG you are producing. So our work here is to how do we create the market, catalyze the market, so that you can invest in order to serve the market. India, for example, has 15,447 distribution pipeline of natural gas. And they have about 2,478 compressor stations, where we are spotting just 9 mother stations and the balance of it being daughter stations. So you can see that our demand, our needs, our requirements are bountiful. And we're going to be depending on those of you in the room to try to bridge that gap. Next slide. How do we intend to bridge the gap? What are our targets? We have set for ourselves very clear targets in the next few years. We're looking to develop about 37 LCNG facilities across the country with a target of 1 per state. In the first instance is to put a few in each geopolitical zone. One of such is going to be developed and launched by NNPC in the next 6 months. Commitment from them is very firm. We're looking to have 2,322 CNG filling stations across Nigeria in order to bridge this gap in the next 4 to 5 years. At least having 3 per LGA at the minimum. 1,000 conversion workshops. Like I said, we need to quickly stimulate the conversion workshop market so that we can convert enough vehicles. But even after converting, these conversion workshops will also serve the work of inspection and to ensure that these vehicles are they have good quality even after they are converted. And of course, we want to be able to have 1 million vehicle conversions in the next 4 years. If we want to achieve that goal, that will mean that we'll have to make all of these investments and more, which we can create about 75,000 jobs directly and indirectly, another 300,000 indirect jobs during construction and of course maintenance and operation. That's a lot of jobs for the country and a lot of opportunities for those of us in the room. Next slide. Again, just putting it in perspective, in the world, auto gas is becoming a critical player in terms of demand for vehicle energy across the world. The world now realizes the need to, of course, combat climate change. 95% cleaner than CNG is 95% cleaner than in terms of emissions than PMS and diesel. But even more importantly for us is that we have an opportunity as a country, like I've previously said, to build core competence in biofuel and auto gas vehicle, natural gas vehicle manufacturing. Next slide. And which is driving our own imperative of converting gas, PMS vehicles to natural gas vehicle as a transition strategy. So it's not just for us to say, okay, we are bringing in new vehicles that are CNG driven into the country to start using CNG, but to take advantage of the fact that we already have PMS and diesel vehicles in the country and convert those and do so safely and reliably. And the reasons for those, as I've already indicated, is very natural. It's cheaper for me to convert those vehicles, 300,000 to 500,000 naira. And you break even based on your mileage and what you're using currently, about 5 to 6 months based on our own research, if you're using those vehicles even in city. If you're a commercial vehicle, you probably break even faster. And over the long run, if you talk about the savings to the country, for every million vehicles that we convert, it's about $3 billion in savings every year, directly to the country. Incrementally, we're talking about this revenue that we are creating as a result of everything I've talked about, import substitution and export stimulation. Then the benefits for the country over the long term is really immense. Consider the amount that we had previously spent on fuel subsidy regime, which the president had boldly and courageously removed. If we had spent it on natural gas vehicle conversions and building this natural gas space. And that's what this government is doing. Next slide. Which brings me to the mandate of the P-CNGi. Folks have asked and said, hey, are we sending money, free money out there? Are we giving you, are you just putting cash in people's wallets? Well, not exactly. Are we competing with you? Definitely not. This is a presidential initiative. We recognize the need to coordinate multiple levels of government, both on the infrastructural development side of things, working with the likes of NNPC and NNPDRA, regulatory side of equation, the fiscal side of the equation, delivering incentives so that you can invest. And the reality is that the sector as it is, if you imagine what I've been discussing, is a combination of three sectors. Of course, the energy sector that delivers the petroleum, the auto gas, the automobile sector that will develop the vehicles, and of course the transportation sector that will be the end user. So it's the reason why this has been housed as a presidential initiative. All right, thank you. And our mandate at trial, first is that we need to incentivize adoption. How do we ensure more vehicles are moved to the natural gas vehicles away from the current business as usual, which is PMS and diesel? Incentives, incentives, incentives. So in the next few months, we'll be rolling out incentive programs designed to incentivize conversions, designed to also support the adoption of CNG at as low of a cost as we can obtain. How do we reduce the upfront cost to the consumer? How do we reduce or make as close to zero as possible the upfront adoption cost to the mass transit operator? That is the first I. The second is how do we facilitate investment? It's part of the reason why we're in the room. The facilitation of investment in the sector is what we actually bridge the gap in the infrastructure segment of this. We talked about the distribution pipeline, we talked about the mother station, we talked about the refueling station. Government will not get in the business of building those things, but you will. On the back of delivering incentives to the demand side, then the supply side will follow, or we need to incentivize your investment. In the last few weeks, we've announced the elimination of customs duty for CNG materials, equipment, and products. And that is just one of many. We've also announced VAT zeroed out for the same products on the CNG side of things. And more incentives are going to come on the investment side, will be designed specifically with investors in mind in order to deliver faster investment in the CNG sector, especially on the infrastructure side. The third is the how, which is the we want to regulate for growth. One incident will be too much for this sector, as you can imagine. Folks already have these technically not sound idea that somehow gas is dangerous. So if we play into their hands and people are beginning to play games in the sector, and we have even one incident, then that is bad. So we are mindful of this reality, and we're already working. An interagency committee has already been set up. If you're watching the news, SON, the Standards Organization of Nigeria, actually commissioned the committee last week. This P-CNGi has been driving that with them. And our goal is that very quickly the guidelines for vehicle conversions and for participation in the sector is very clear. But beyond being clear is that we're going to be leveraging technology for enforcement. But more importantly is that enforcement will be with growth in mind. We're not enforcing or we are not regulating with the idea of eliminating or creating cabals. Our goal is that the sector is open, it's transparent, it's data-driven, and even more importantly, that the sector delivers zero incidents. So these are the three clear mandates as defined for the P-CNGi. Next slide. This slide summarizes our approach. As you can imagine, I've already described an end-to-end approach. We're not just looking at conversion centers on the demand side, but we are incentivizing investment on the supply side. So we are taking an end-to-end approach and working with partners like yourself to deliver this. On the upstream side, we've been engaged working through the GACN, the Gas Aggregation Company of Nigeria, working with their partners to ensure that sufficient gas are going to be available for mobility CNG. On the midstream side, midstream players, some of you in the room are already in discussions with us and are mobilizing resources to ensure that we have the necessary stations, the necessary distribution network for CNG and LCNG as the case may be. On the downstream side, we're already working with refueling partners, some of you also in the room, that are already looking at expanding the footprint of their network. The National Oil Company, NNPC, already signed with one of such partners. And many other partners are seeing and realizing the opportunity across this value chain is going to realize itself. We also have, of course, our approach on the vehicle conversion, workshop, training, facilitation side. So our approach is going to be end-to-end. Next slide. In all of these, our strategic objectives are very clear. How do we reduce the cost of transportation for the common man? How do we make Nigeria gas work for her? How do we ensure that this gas working for Nigeria gives Nigeria an economic advantage? Every nation in the world is blessed with something that it competes with. And for us, I think they are twin. The most important thing, of course, in our country is not what is below our feet, but what is above our necks, which is the intellect and the capacity of the Nigerian, the human resource in this country. But in addition to that, that human resource will now leverage the unique advantage that gas, which is now in huge demand across the world, can give Nigeria's economy. Transportation accounting for about 16% of inflation, driving other sectors, including the food sector, the energy sector, the manufacturing sector, even FMCGs. So if we're able to deliver a lower cost of transportation for all Nigerians, strategically speaking, we'll have positioned our economy for rapid growth in the coming years. What is our goal metrics in the P-CNGi? Next slide. We want to establish a common gas vehicle standard in Nigeria and of course to be able to then propel the auto gas industry forward. We're hoping that in the next few years, 10,000, starting with 1,000 auto gas workshops, will grow to up to 40,000 auto gas workshops across the country, developing and creating 715 jobs over the long term. We are hoping that we will not just be evangelizing to the choir, we will also be enabling even our government, both federal and state government, to convert their fleet to auto gas. That begins to also to impact the cost of governance and to ensure that in the future, all government vehicles are actually biofuel at the minimum.
We want to support the training on auto gas technicians, about 250,000 of them. We want to deploy new platforms, about 500,000 of them by 2027, and 1 million CNG auto gas conversions by 2027. We're going to be doing this by adopting the head-to-head approach. Our methodology, next slide, is to have an initial pilot of 55,000 vehicles, which is being launched next quarter. A lot of the work that the members of the committee have been doing in the last 3 months has been to be able to ensure that that program can take off. That will be the pilot. But even as that pilot is going on, leveraging the 55,000 kits we'll be bringing in country, our private sector partners, including NNPC, are going to be bringing in their own kits. But more importantly is that we'll develop an on-lending and financing model that will reduce the upfront adoption cost to the mass transit operators and consumers. In addition to the 55,000 kits, a number of buses will also be deployed for demonstration. Tricycles powered by CNG will also be deployed. Again, the taste of the pudding, as they say, is in the eating. Once mass transit operators are able to compare the cost of operating a CNG vehicle or a bi-fuel vehicle to the one that they are currently using, be it diesel or PMS, we believe adoption rate. And of course, we want to also ensure we facilitate investment and we also become a convening platform for industry stakeholders in events and in outreaches like this. But let it be clear that the pillars of a CNG-driven transition program in the energy sectors are tried. One is the pillar of technology. I always say that it was not because of lack of, or the fact that Nigeria was importing or subsidizing PMS or diesel that it almost bankrupted Nigeria. In fact, if you look at the data across the world, of the about 181, 193 countries in the world, about half of the world actually import and subsidize petroleum. Yet, half of the world countries are not being bankrupted. The difference is data. Once there's transparency and a sector is data-driven, then even subsidies can be targeted if you were to ever want to adopt subsidy. But we as a country, we need to understand that if we're going to get CNG right, then it has to be data-driven, technology-driven initiative, and that's what we intend for it to be. The second is to ensure we build a resilient CNG supply chain and to ensure that it's domestically driven. The third is that our mass transit system have to adopt it fast, and leverage CNG for growth. Next slide. This describes the roadmap for the next 1 year and even beyond. As I already indicated, most of the work we're doing right now has been planning and the piloting in terms of doubling our conversion workshops since the month of November. Now we move on to the demo phase, where we'll be deploying conversion kits through conversion partners like yourself, some of who are in the room. And ultimately, we'll be scaling up these across the country, building up conversion centers and supporting conversion center establishment, deploying conversion kits, deploying financing program, and also attracting investments. We hope about 50 to $200 million, some of which will be announced at the sidelines of today's event. Next slide. The next slide shows you what we have today and where we are hoping to go in the subsequent slide. Most of the CNG infrastructure, as you see, is crowded towards the south-south and the southwest region of Nigeria. In the next few years, as we develop the gas distribution capacity for the country, building upon projects like the AKK and the NLNG that has been, the LNG facility being developed in Ajaokuta, and subsequently will be developed across the country. We hope to then expand this across Nigeria. In terms of workshops today in Nigeria, we also see a limited infrastructure. Training sites also quite limited. But we hope to triple this, all these in the next 6 months through this program. Next slide. We've called these Operation Charge. We'll be delivering through our partners, again, some of them in the room, delivering additional compressor stations, refueling stations across Nigeria, about 50 of them. Workshops, at least about 41 of them already identified and being developed as we speak. Training sites, about 22 of them being developed as we speak. This is our immediate 6-month goal. And with your help and your assistance and your cooperation, we hope to be able to deliver on this. Next slide. This slide is important because I'm an engineer and I cannot give you a rosy picture of the future without talking about risk. The number one risk, elephant in the room, is safety. And it depends on everybody in this room to ensure that we have zero incidents. Like the chairman of the steering committee always say, in God we trust, everyone else must bring data. So we will be leveraging data and verifying data to make sure that you are keeping to the rules. And I know there's a little glare left, right, and center, but it is something that we'll believe strongly in. The technology and deployment of technology will not just be from the point of view of sharing or distributing incentives, but will also be from the point of view of also enforcing the law and the regulations and guidelines that are currently being developed. These regulations that I speak of being driven by the Standards Organization of Nigeria, NNPDRA, working with other stakeholders, we hope will be unveiled in the next 45 days. We want them to work fast. We don't need them to sit on it. We also ensure that what is being done is transparent. It has your input in it, and so that we can deliver 1 million natural gas vehicles in the next few years for all Nigerians. Next slide. This is the last slide, so I'm not going to bore you. It is about the benefits, the benefits, the benefits. If we all deliver what we promise, if we all deliver what we have targeted, the only beneficiaries, the biggest beneficiaries are going to be those of you in the room. And of course, Nigerians and Nigeria. And we're going to work very hard to ensure that we deliver the projects, working with you very hand in hand, working with the steering committee and the investment team to ensure that we can deliver a natural gas future that is brighter, that delivers cheaper, safer, more reliable transportation for all Nigerians. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael Oluwagbemi. Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, like I said earlier, we're here to have a robust discussion and in-depth knowledge on the compressed natural gas, how we can revolutionize and how we can bring about a better ecosystem, a better environment, and a progressive Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, please, for those of us who has colleagues or friends who want to follow the program, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, and we're live on Zoom. Beckon on the ladies in green, they would assist to get you the links so you can share with those that want to join us live. Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, once again, welcome to the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative. This is the Nigeria's Compressed Natural Gas Revolution. We're harnessing opportunities for a sustainable future. That's what we're here to discuss. We're talking about the opportunities, we're talking about the potentials, we're talking about safety, we're talking about our people, lives of Nigerians, and we're talking about a better nation and economy. If you have your agenda with you, we'll be moving straight to the third item on the agenda, which is the navigating the compressed natural gas ecosystem in Nigeria, an in-depth panel discussion. And this will be moderated by no other than a distinguished gentleman, Nobat Shalsuk. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to moderate this panel session. And at this point, I'll take a bow from here.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Oops. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To the SA, Mr. Tony Suber, and I have seated here the MD of MOFI and the director of the P-CNG initiative himself. My name is Norbert Shelsuk. I'm the lead partner for ECP Advisory and also MD of EcoCity Projects. And so today we have heard from the director himself about the mandate of the presidential CNG initiative, which is quite lofty. It's a huge, mandate talking about bridging the infrastructure gap and also trying to attract investment, working with stakeholders, gas suppliers, and working to create an ecosystem. And so today I'm going to invite a few stakeholders that will be giving their own perspective on how to achieve this and working towards creating an ecosystem. First on the roll call will be Mr. Segun Ogunwumi, who's the CEO of Gasco Marine. So I have the pleasure of inviting you to take a seat, please. Mr. Segun Ogunwumi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. What's your step? You're welcome, sir. Okay. Thank you. Second on the list, of course, we have Prince Segun Obayembo, who's the president of the Chartered Institute of Transport Administration of Nigeria, a critical stakeholder for the development of this ecosystem. Please, Prince Segun, I want to invite you to the stage. Okay, third on the list, of course, we have Folajimi Mohammed, who is the CEO of Portland Gas Limited. Mr. Folajimi, please, to the stage. A round of applause for him, please. Okay, we have two more empty seats. I want to also invite Mr. Aditya Singh from Power Gas, Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Thank you. And lastly, I want to invite the director himself, Engineer Michael. Please to the stage, sir. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And so today, to our distinguished panelists, good to see you. So today we've listened to the speech by the director of the CNG initiative himself, who has tried to lay out what challenges are, especially with respect to closing the infrastructure gap. Because of course, creating an ecosystem requires addressing the issue of infrastructure. And so I would want to start with you, Mr. Aditya. You are representing Power Gas, and you guys have invested in CNG infrastructure and also participated in distribution of CNG across the country. And so I would want to hear your thoughts on the director's speech with respect to the infrastructure gap and what your challenges have been addressing this. Thank you. Let me give you mine. Okay.
I think it's worked. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. And it was a pleasure that the introduction that he has given is actually encapsulated all major points that we are going, we as a CNG supplier and other gas supplier are facing it. One point that he, 3 points that he has encapsulated tacitly is that whenever we will, the government makes a policy decision or any strategic decision that is taken, then there are 3 points that are need to be looked in, and if those 3 boxes are taken, then the possibility of that policy decision to be a successful will be very high. So we call it a policy window. So there are three points which we call 3P. Is one, the politics stream, the policy stream, and the problem stream. All these 3 streams are all encapsulated in his presentation, which I will give you a bit more detailed one. Is that the problem streams encapsulates that what are the problems that are currently existing in Nigeria. In that, if you will see that the cost of transportation for common people, for haulage companies, and as well as other corporate clients are increasing, especially after 2 major decisions. One is the removal of subsidy, and then the dollar naira exchange rate up on market forces. Now the market rate is determined by the market largely. So these decisions have put in that the CNG or the promotion of the gas need to be prioritized, and the government has taken certain decisions on that, which is encouraging, but not putting it at a faster rate at what we means as a Nigerian are anticipating in next 1 and 2 years. Second point was that policy dimension. Here I am sorry to mention that in that aspect we are a bit behind, and we need to be more proactive in the policy decisions, because that will give the confidence to the investors and as well as the current players and the future players that they are planning to come in Nigeria, especially after these 2 decisions. So I will do so for that part. What I will do is that I will do a very simple comparative analysis with the Indian market. I am from New Delhi, so I have seen very closely how this transition has become. So the government in India has taken a decision that after 2002 there will be no diesel public buses flying in New Delhi. That gave a very fair, transparent and committed decision to the investors and to the gas players in India that okay, after 2 years there will be no diesel buses. So I can estimate that okay, 15,000, 20,000 diesel buses need to be changed to CNG, and there will be a market for it. After that, once that benefits was observed by the people, then the CNG became catapulted to the common, and then there will be lot of CNG cars and everything. So there will no requirement for additional policy for the cars and for the consumers, retail consumers. That automatically happened. Now if you will see the market, that CNG cars are produced by all major car manufacturers in India, and they are reaping the benefit, and they are even putting a premium on that now you are using CNG for that. And that's happening when India doesn't have the gas, it imports the gas. So I am surprised why that policy dimension that I talked, that should take so much time. Third part is the politics stream. Now the politics streams, the government has already cleared their intent, but next coming 1 year and 2 year will be very crucial, because these are the windows in up to which you need to take a decision, or else you will miss the bus. And that will be very bad for in Nigeria, especially because when we have the main raw material, that is gas is locally available. So these 3 points, 3 streams that already he has encapsulated here and there in the stream, which I believe the government currently is acknowledging that these are the action points need to be taken. So I think I have just one more point that
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes, so you have 2 more minutes to go.
yes.
Go ahead, please.
So these are the points that need to be incorporated in the decision makings, and give a clear indication to the investor, to the gas players, those who are currently, and for the future coming up, that okay, next 2 years it will be only for gas, and the government is committed through policy statements and incentives that are coming up. Last point that I want to say is that he mentioned that there will be one CNG station in every state or geopolitical important areas in Nigeria, which I believe probably we should and we take a decision that one particular area need to be targeted. For me, it will be Lagos, because 60 to around 40% of the personal vehicles are concentrated in Lagos and nearby Lagos area. Prove it, work on a concept and prove it as and show it to the Nigeria that okay, in Lagos 20 stations are there, and other things like CNG car conversion kit, localization of the kit will come up, because we have observed it in India. Rather than spreading those 20 stations across Nigeria, it will be very thin, and it will make a difficult situation for the companies that whether we should invest here and there. If it is a geographically location, one location is concentrated, then other location and the local government will take decisions on the basis of informed data, and that you focused on the data, that the data will be important for decision making, and so and so forth. So that I will still believe, do not, my suggestion if anyone asks is that do not spread it too thin. Focus one or two areas where the concentration of vehicles are more, and then neighbor areas and other states and government areas will take a decision, oh, this is the benefit. So that's my point here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aditya. Please, a round of applause for him. I'm going to invite Engineer Michael, a penny for his thoughts on some of your comments, especially with respect to the policy dimension and so on. But before then, I wanted to just provide some sort of clarity with respect to, you've mentioned on how we're behind in terms of policy incentives. And so you've heard, what the government has been doing with respect to tax incentives and so on. And also this forum especially is designed to also come up at the end of the day with a fund that will be created to provide a financial incentive for any investor looking in, especially for the high risk parts of a value chain. And so can you provide some sort of context to when you, specific with respect to the policy areas that you see is lagging behind? Again, that mic must be running on kerosene or something.
Okay. So my personal view is that I am not a very good fan of incentives. The first time the incentives. My main concern is the policy definitiveness and a clear unidirection to the policy, and then you can top it with the incentives. Incentive will definitely attract investors and new companies, but it will attract only for a shorter period of time. As soon as the incentive goes, which definitely will go maybe 1 year or 2 year or 3 year, those who invest on the basis of incentives will go away slowly and slowly. However, if you will have a policy direction, strict rules, for example, let's take an example that in Lagos the government decides 2025, post 2025 there will be no diesel buses, there will be no diesel trucks. The simple statement and definitiveness in their policy will give right force to the investors that okay, now I have a haulage service there, I am flying 50 trucks, we have to convert it into CNG, we have to buy it, and as he already mentioned that payback is very fair, very fast. So they know, okay, if I will take a decision today, within 1 year I will get back my money, and then CNG, because post 2025 there will be no diesel available for me, right? Same for the retail customers also. Because of the definitiveness of the policy, the companies will come and invest, right? Banking system will come forward for the loans and everything. At that stage you can put in the incentives that okay, at a lower interest rate, 15%, 10%, depending on the commercial terms that need to be discussed. So for me, incentive, especially the financial one, should be secondary. Definite, the policy and the law need to be enforced strictly, and start it with geography. Lagos, Abuja, take a call in that depending on the informed choices, how much is the vehicle there, what are the routes. These are the points that will make it forward at a faster pace.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity. Thank you. So, Engineer Michael, I just want to invite you, a penny for your thoughts and his comments so far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your inputs. I think from the perspective of policy, there is a reality, right? There's a reality of what we want or what we like, and then the reality of the geopolitical environment that we operate in. When I always say this when I have the opportunity to make policy choices, that I wish I do not have constraint, but policies are always made within the constraint of the political environment. There are two realities of Nigeria's political environment. It is a three-tier government, federal system, not two tiers. Most federal systems in the world are two tiers: the state and the national, or regional and national, province and national. In the case of it a little bit, and so we have three tiers of government in Nigeria, and each tiers of government is also decided, and rightfully so, that we are going to be a democracy, and they have three arms of government. And the reality is that those three arms of government go for elections between 3 and 4 years, and then they are accountable to about 95 million voters, and Africa's largest democracy. So these constraints, of course, impact the design of the kind of system we have. And of course, that constitution also makes it a reality that transportation is on the concurrent list. It's not on the federal exclusive list. So while the federal government can make an ambitious statement to say, I want all diesel vehicles out of the road by 2025, that amounts to only a wish list. And the federal government is only left with a tool of incentives, right? So federal government cannot impose a transportation policy on Lagos state government. It cannot even impose a transportation policy in Abuja, because Abuja has a democratic, and the federal government can use not incentives now to operators or directly to the public, but incentives to the government, to these other 800 governments in Nigeria. So when people say government in Nigeria, I always remind them we have 801 government, 774 local government, 36 state government, the federal capital territory government, and of course we have the federal government. So 802 in total, 801 outside of the federal government. So the federal government can use incentives built on policy coordination with those 801 governments to make them play ball. And we've done that in various other sectors, so that's the opportunity. But I agree with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Michael. A round of applause, please. Okay, so still to come on the issue of policy, and also regulatory incentives, apart from the financial incentive, which of course Mr. Aditya thinks should be secondary. But to be more sustainable, he thinks policy and regulatory incentives should take prominence. And so I will want to ask Prince Segun later on for his opinion on what the Institute of Transport Administration is doing in terms of recommending to government, how to develop these frameworks in terms of policy and regulatory frameworks to drive, inclusion and also adoption of CNG. Now, coming to the issue of infrastructure, I still want to work on that, and so I want to talk to the CEO of Gasco Marine. From the little I know about Gasco Marine, of course, they've invested in CNG for power, just like many CNG companies in Nigeria that started out, focused on developing CNG facilities to supply captive power plants. Now you have an opportunity to basically have an upside in your business by also, supplying the alternative fuel vehicle market. And so I want to talk to Mr. Segun Ogunwumi. What will be your take on this development in terms of what this P-CNGi mandate is, in terms of closing infrastructure gap, in terms of what your experience has been, and what you see would pan out in this industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nubat. It's my pleasure to be here. As you rightly said, Gasco Marine has been in the CNG business for some time. We are not one of the oldest, we are young, but not too young as well. Now, we supply CNG not only to power plants, our own power plants, we supply to others. Hello? Okay. So, we supply to other companies as well, CNG companies and so on. And I can also say proudly that we're probably the only one that supplies CNG to Kano today. So, but beyond that, let me take us on an historical journey of where we started with CNG. CNG started as far back as maybe 2008. Now, if we have been in that business since 2008, the question is, why has it taken so long? What are the adoption frictions that it has not been popular till today? And that will lead me to the speech by the director. Now, he has addressed the major pain points, the key issues that has held CNG from gaining the prominence it deserves. One, which is that of providing incentives for the adoption. And I will also say that the presidential policies have removed some of those frictions. One, the key challenge before was comparing the cost of CNG with the cost of alternative diesel. The removal of subsidy has removed that bottleneck. Now, CNG is much more safer, is much more cheaper than alternative fuel, than liquid fuel. So that is number one. Number two, I'm also saying that the policies that is being rolled out has addressed some of the pain points of the CNG operators. The incentives, the tax incentives, the VAT incentives is also going to reinforce that policy. So I like that. I also like the facilitation part, because the key thing is we need a lot of investment in the CNG space. And that investment requires a number of things. One, access to capital at affordable rates. Two, you need to be able to attract foreign investors. And to attract foreign investors, you need a macroeconomic stability. Investors want to be able to take their money out, and they want to be able to get the dollar out when they need to get it out. That is beyond the discussion on CNG, but I'm sure those are the things that the government is looking at. The third thing I like about what he has said is the regulation part, the safety part. As he said, one single incident is enough to discourage the adoption. And I'm very happy about that. But I will also throw some caution on that. We should try to avoid multiplicity of regulatory bodies, because that can only create bottlenecks and so on. One other caution note I want to also add is that when I look at incentives that's been rolled out for the CNG operations, we have seen a layer of going for IDEC, which is Import Duty Exemption Certificate, and an additional layer of going to the Special Advisor on Energy. So why are we having two layers on that? So we need to streamline that part. Why can't we have it electronically? Within a certain time frame, you apply online, and within a certain time frame, you have what you want. That's the other point I will make. Now, coming back to the main cross of this matter, CNG is not the end goal. As attractive as it is today, the end goal is to get natural gas to wherever it is needed, whenever it is needed. CNG is just a bridge from where we are to where we want to be. And as a bridge, it's a logistics play. You need to be able to transport it on road. So road infrastructure is key. If you don't have good road, if you don't have good security, search becomes difficult. The second point I want to make on cautionary note as well is to say that we should avoid one-size-fits-all solutions. Not all states are well positioned to enjoy CNG today because of the distance from the pipeline gas. So we should be very careful the way we map out our strategy for rolling out the CNG. The second point I also want to make, for auto CNG and reducing the cost to the people of cost of transportation, we should look at other alternative fuel. LPG may be better suited for some area today than CNG. because MPG has penetrated the whole country, and you can get it anywhere, anytime. So for small scale, Kekenape, and this in some areas, maybe LPG is the way to go. The top point I want to make is that when we look at the auto industry and reducing the impact of fuel cost, we should also focus on haulage. Haulage has a major impact on cost of goods. And so our CNG rollout should also focus a lot on the haulage. And that's why the point that my friend made there, in terms of having a policy that says within certain years, we are going to discourage the use of liquid fuel trucks so that people can plan, people can project into the future and start the adoption of alternative CNG fuel. So I think those are my key initial points. But I would say that the Presidential Committee has started on a good note, and I think that if they maintain this communication line, it can only get better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so back to you again, Engineer Michael. I think you're on the hot seat today. So I want to get your feedback on everybody's comments. And so coming to what he has said, especially with respect to the multi-fuel strategy, because of course this is called the Presidential CNG Initiative. But, you know, of course, CNG is one alternative fuel for gas vehicles. The CEO of Gasco Marine has mentioned now LPG being also more suited to certain, you know, markets in Nigeria. And so what is the plan of the Presidential CNG Initiative to make this sort of multi-fuel and provide options to users?
No, but I think you are being partial. He made 4 salient points that he wanted my response on. You now chose one, the one that you are most passionate about. Yeah, so I was actually writing down the issues that he raised, especially there's some germane issues that maybe we need to explain or clarify the reasons. One of which is this issue around the incentives and the need to get a buy-in from the special advisor based on the last directive from the minister. I think, of course, there were some back-end outreach to the Ministry of Finance. Of course, they have their number one work is to make money for the country, and it's also the place where you have to go and clear this high-tech issue. And the customs report up to that ministry and had not been respecting prior CNG waivers. That waiver had always been there, but the point of the circular order was actually to reinforce that it exists and it should be given. But the issues the customs raised, because they have responsibility for revenue to the country, was that it was being abused, especially for dual use. Of course, we know CNG has multiple uses. And so what's the agreement and the alignment in order to ensure that genuine applications and applicants can take advantage of it, was that we should at least introduce a verification layer with the special advisor's office. So it is not so much to constrain, it is actually to help facilitate. We hope it works well, at least in the period of this administration. As it is written, it is not a law, but it is an official gazette. It can be tweaked if it does not work very well, but we hope that at least now it's an effective waiver, so to say, in the system. I think that's one. The other thing you raised was the issue of haulage and road. I think you raised 2 separate issues, road and haulage. And for the road and haulage, I also think they are connected, right? The state of our infrastructure, especially road, impacts the implementation of this program or any other program to deliver cheaper transportation for all Nigerians. I think this is a reason why among our external stakeholders include the Ministry of Works, Federal Road Maintenance Agencies, agency and other participants like NATO and RTE and NURTW. If we want this program to succeed, they also have to continue to do their work of enhancing the state of our road infrastructure and do so fast. Bad roads mean, even for CNG, those trucks take longer time on the road. The cost of an LNG coming out of it goes up geometrically if these trucks are stuck on the road for 3, 4, 5 days, conveying CLNG or CNG as the case may be. And of course, we know the importance of haulage. And this is the reason why, while the initial leg of this program has focused on mass transportation and PMS through CNG conversion, the second phase of the program, hopefully we knock on wood, we should be able to launch that before the end of next year, will be the focus on haulage and diesel-driven haulage, and how we do the diesel retrofit that can deliver CNG for our trucking industry as well. The last point you make, which is the one which Norbert is very partial to, I decided to put it at last to punish him, is this issue of the I know, multi-fuel. I think I did tackle it before in the public, and I've said, and I will still say it, that we are for all of the above strategy when it comes to alternative fuel usage for our transportation industry. That is away from PMS and diesel, that is cleaner, and it also can be delivered effectively and is reliable. You're right that some areas in the country today might not be able to get CNG in the quantity or in the manner we want it for many, many years, but can already get autogas, which is LPG, and it should be encouraged. Even part of this program, I'm not sure if those in the room are aware, is also the electric vehicle component. That's to prove to you that we are not just for only CNG, as it were. We are for alternative fuel. And in credence to Mr. President, his approval actually was for us to be for alternative fuel. And that is what we are implementing. We will, of course, engage with partners. We've been engaging with some partners that are going to be doing keke conversion for LPG, and we'll see how we can help them to deliver. The infrastructure is the same. It's just that they are working on a much smaller scale, but they already have the gas in far areas of the northeast and northwest, and where they can do this in large quantity. We are there to support them and to ensure that they can deliver the program or the projects for the mass populace to deliver better, cheaper transportation, and of course increase gas utilization. Nigeria's LPG industry is also interestingly connected to our natural gas industry, because about 60%, if not more, is from stripping through the NLNG program that was, of course, started as an initiative of these of the federal government as well. So we know the importance of driving and all of the above strategy when it comes to our gas industry. Whether you are using electric vehicle, or you're using LPG, or you're using CNG, in Nigeria today, somehow you are tied to natural gas. Because even that power for the electric vehicle, we hope is being produced from gas to power, my own mother industry. So, Nobot, hope you are good.
Well, almost. But thank you very much for that feedback. Okay, so for a round of applause, please, for our able director. So, just for clarity and for the purpose of those who are new to the industry, when we talk about LPG for automotive fuel, is actually called autogas. So LPG used for for automotive fuel is called autogas, right? While CNG, of course, compressed natural gas, is also an alternative fuel apart from electric vehicles. And so there's a difference between the LPG you use in your kitchen and the one that you have to use in the vehicle. So LPG that you use in your kitchen for cooking is butane, which is heavier and not suitable for engines, for internal combustion engines. But propane, which is lighter, has better qualities that are more suited to internal combustion engines and can be carried in a small pressurized container, transported along long distances. Of course, you know, CNG has a sort of a limitation in terms of distance from the point of production to the point of usage. Is about 250 kilometers in terms of radius, and so going to the hinterland areas might require using portable fuels such as autogas. Anyway, so I have people in the audience today, like Asiko, who have recently launched the keke conversion in Kano State, where they converted some certain keke to use LPG auto gas. And so initiatives like this would have to be encouraged by the government, apart from encouraging and incentivizing conversion, of private vehicles as well as this mass transit vehicles with CNG. Now, coming back to the transport, let me come again. Chartered Institute of Transportation. I mentioned earlier about policy and regulatory frameworks, and so if you listen to the speech of the director, he spoke earlier about collaboration, which means the CNG, the Presidential CNG Initiative is basically just a facilitator. And so success in terms of achieving this ecosystem would require collaboration between stakeholders, and the government. And so in terms of policy and regulatory framework, where do you see the Institute of Transport Administration coming in to collaborate with the government to develop, policies and regulatory frameworks that will drive adoption of CNG and other alternative fuels and ensure also safe, adoption? Thank you. Again.
The light is not coming on there. Let me appreciate the P-CNG coordinator and every other distinguished stakeholder here. I bring greetings from Chartered Institute of Transport Administration, where we have professionals, members across the 5 modes of transportation: road, rail, maritime, aviation, and pipeline. They are watching as we speak, and they have also given me messages to deliver here. Because in the month of July, thereabouts, the Institute did organize a program of this nature where we submitted that for the CNG regime to be acceptable and taken by all, we need to take it to the grassroots, meaning 774 local governments. So when I heard the coordinator speaking about the targets and of course the projection of 1 million within the next 6 months or 1 year, for me I said, is that not underestimation? I will break it down. Why did I say, is that not underestimation? I'm enthused with all the data from Iran, from India, and I'm also equally enthused with the fact that he said, let's be data-driven as far as this is concerned. We can't go wrong when we are data-driven. From where I'm seated, I can tell you for free the vehicular population of each of the states of the Federation. And I can further break it down to how many commercial vehicles. And I can further break it down to how many private vehicles. I can further break it down to how many keke do we have in respective states, and Okadas and what have you. Because all of these people, directly or indirectly, belongs to us. The NRTWs of this world, they are pantapas of us. The Retain, the NATO, Acomoron, these are the unions. They are pantapas of us. So I also want to see in the nearest future all of these unions represented in the room, so that we are talking to the end user, so that we are talking to those who are supposed to adopt and accept whatever we are putting together. It is one thing for us to put all these infrastructures together. If we have not spoken to the end users, it might be us winking in the dark, which we don't want. And I'm also very, very enthused with the coordinator's understanding of our terrain, looking at transportation sector and what it portends constitutionally, how every tier must play a role for it to be effective. And that takes me back to Obasanjo regime when he came up with the needs, seed, and leads program. You all remember. I want to advise that in doing this, do we have the SCNG and LNG? Meaning, if we have presidential committee or initiative at the federal level, do we have governorship or state initiative at the state level? And do we also have local government chairman initiative on this? If we have this, we can surpass that 1 million. It's a question of getting all of us given our own deliverables, our own timeline, and let's be doing quarterly review as is done in line with best practices. What do I mean? Like I said, we have the data. My brother here said it all. Lagos is leading, no doubt, in terms of vehicular population. Lagos is leading, no doubt, in terms of mass movement. But of course, we cannot say we should start with only Lagos. Because at the end of the day, our goal is to make transportation as cheap as possible for the common man. And common man does not, it's not limited to only Lagos State or Kano of this world or Abuja or Port Harcourt. But common man is found in all the nook and crannies of this country. So I would want to plead that in going for this very notable course, we should, the federal government has the might to galvanize all of us, to carry everybody along simultaneously. And it is in that respect that I will plead that the unions I mentioned, they need to be here. Federal road safety needs to be here. And I will speak to why federal road safety needs to be here. If we do this, let every state be given its target. Every local government, we want 50 vehicles converted in this local government. 50 multiplied by 774. That gives you the total we are looking for. And the state government coordinates your local government to deliver on this, starting with the commercial, starting with the public sector. I believe if we go this route, we will surpass the 1 million target that we are looking at. And that will be a dividend for every common man in this country. Let me come again now from the safety angle. I'm coming from the safety angle because incidentally, that's my sector. I'm an operator, not talking for Ceuta now forever. Personally, I came in from that. The most important ingredient is what we are doing here, which I will call political will. If you ask me, do we have the political will right now? I will say yes in capital letters. The political will is there. Occasioned by three words, subsidy is gone. And that brought about all of these conversation that we are having. So if we are trying to get this achieved for our country, one incident from all we are doing could destroy whatever achievement we will have achieved. So in doing this, the safety component is key, very, very key. And that's where I come from. I come from there and I'm making case for federal road safety. We have quickly developed how to inspect vehicles that are converted, how it can be certified that they are safe. We've started this with NMPC, which is on the PMS side, try to inspect. There's a special inspection for vehicles that are carrying inflammable goods. It's not the same way those vehicles are inspected that you want to inspect just any other car. So all we needed to do as a country is to upstage the vehicle inspection aspect. And as you know, vehicle inspection is 100% residual matter. Federal does not even have a role to play as far as the implementation is concerned. So that's why I believe the state government, the local government, we all need to be galvanized. And then let's calibrate what the deliverables should be, and let's monitor ourselves. And I believe we'll get to this finishing line faster than we are looking at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prince Obayembo. A round of applause for him. And I'm running out of time, but I have a lot of questions to ask you, and it's quite interesting, a lot of the things you mentioned. And I hope I'll see you in the second one with respect to regulation. I think huge role to play there. In the meantime, want to have a feedback from Michael, and then afterwards, I need to talk to Mr. Folajimi himself, especially with respect to the last mile. And then afterwards, I want to invite a few questions, just a few questions from the audience, directed at any of these gentlemen here. If you have any questions you want to ask, please just start preparing it. In the meantime, back to you, my able director. As I said, there are many things he brought up, but one key item I want to talk about, especially because we don't have time, is access to information. One of the mandates of a presidential CNG initiative is, of course, is to put whatever frameworks there is to attract investment, both foreign and local, right? And investors will act based on availability of market information. So he mentioned about having, information about, all the vehicles in operation and so on and so forth. I don't know where that can be accessed. And so I need to hear from you, right? What kind of collaboration you're going to have with stakeholders like them to create a portal where everybody can be able to have access, for planning purposes and for investors and financiers alike to be able to have access to information and plan an investment strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. One of the key work we do as the initiative is to be a convening platform and also a repository and for information access and sharing. Already, we are working on launching the My-CNG app, which we are working with the tech sector, as I previously mentioned, that this is going to be technology driven. But the tech sector will be working with key stakeholders once this initiative is launched next month. We hope. I think my team is in the room. They have I've given them everything they need. I hope to get to work, get cracking in January on this program. That part is very important, but even also important is the issue we raised around inclusion of the federal road safety in the regulatory framework. And yes, they are involved. They are one of the key participants in the interagency committee that was launched and inaugurated last week by the Standards Organization of Nigeria, and includes the federal road safety as a key participant among, I believe, there are 22 agencies. And the whole idea is to avoid multiple regulation. When there's no interagency cooperation, then each agency will try to regulate its own part. You have an agency regulating kits, the Standard Organization of Nigeria. Another agency will regulate the workshop where the conversion will take place, which is NADDC. Another regulator will regulate the dispensing of the fuel, which is NMPDRA. Another agency will regulate even the use of the road, which is FRSC. So you can do all of it, and FRSC will be waiting for you. Hey, NGV vehicle, do you have my permit? So this multiple regulatory environment that can imperil the sector. So to avoid that, we put all 22 of them, even those who are tangentially involved, including even Institute of Technology that does the R&D and the training of technicians, and then the Nigerian Board of Technical Education that will do the accreditation of technicians. Now you see that it gets really complicated when you start discussing regulation, but we tried as much as possible to bring, there are 22 of them around the table. Each of them are either federal institutions or inter-tiered institutions that have responsibilities across board. And we're also working with the Nigerian Governors Forum to ensure that our governors are carried along as they are members of the National Economic Council. Yes, federal democracy in a multi-tiered federal democracy especially is complicated, but we can walk through it. It's in that complication also there are opportunities, and that's what we want.
Thank you very much, Director. A round of applause for him, please. So we're running out of time, and I honestly wish we had much more time to engage, because creating an ecosystem is quite a tedious task, especially with respect to regulations, being create multiple layers of regulation and so on, but each part is critical, starting from the retrofitters themselves, the person that does the conversion. After that, of course, the conversion kit itself needs to be regulated, and then when a vehicle is converted, it has to be inspected to be sure that the right kit is used and the right installation methods are applied. And afterwards, of course, then comes the enforcement, which is where every year, the first 500 kilometers, of course, you need to come and do some inspection, mandatory inspection, and afterwards, basically, in terms of you yourself, the user needs to receive an orientation on how to refill your vehicles. Okay, so there's a whole lot of process, right? And in the US, of course, the retrofitters are licensed by automobile brands. Of course, a Ford brand would have to ensure that mechanics that are trained to convert are familiar with their system, so also Mercedes, Toyota, and so on and so. There needs to be a bigger ecosystem towards working out this regulatory framework, which has to include the OEMs themselves, you know, that are responsible for their brands, especially to retain warranty on these vehicles. Insurance companies also need to be involved at some point because, of course, the insurance perspective has to change completely because now in terms of the risk element of this vehicle completely changed. The training for operators of the fuel stations, the regulators themselves need to come up to speed and so on and so. There's a whole lot to be done, and I think your work is cut out for you, Engineer Michael. I don't envy you at all, but there's a lot more, and you're going to hear that subsequently when we talk about the regulatory session where we have NMDPRA, SON, NADDC. I don't see fire service there, you know. So in the US, you must get a fire certificate after you convert your vehicle, and so there's a lot to cover. We're running out of time. Mr. Folajimi, you launched recently your outlet for conversion of vehicles, and I see you have auto gas, you have CNG, and you have electric vehicles. You want the best of all the worlds, and so I envy your business model, but this basically is representative of what the final ecosystem will be. And so ultimately, this market has to be called the alternative fuel vehicle market, right? And so basically, you're going to have alternatives, which includes electric vehicles, CNG, auto gas, methanol vehicles. Ultimately, we need to see that subsequently. And so whatever the presidential CNG initiative is doing at the moment is just basically to catalyze the initiation, the development of this market. So, Mr. Folajimi, what has been your experience, and especially with respect to what the director said earlier about the biggest challenge being adoption? You are at the lab, and so what do you see are the focal areas for incentivizing adoption of these fields? How do you convince people to convert their vehicles? Right? This is a critical success factor to ensure sustainability of this initiative. Mr. Folajimi, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'd like to stand on all existing protocol. Permit me to refer to one of our panelists, Prince, just on a issue that you raised with respect to the union. I think on the launch of our day, on the 22nd of November, the P-CNGi actually engaged the NURTW at our events, and they were well represented. The RTN as well, they were invited. So they haven't left out these people. They're very important stakeholders in everything that we've been doing. So I thought to clarify that, sir. Yes, as the last mile, on the 22nd, we had to launch what we call the Green Park. When we want to transit from fossil fuels to renewable energies and anything Green Park, it's important that we are in every part of the game. Now, with conversions, how can you incentivize people to come and do the conversion? First and foremost is the issue of orientation. There needs to be a lot of money spent on orientation to people that CNG, indeed methane, is not dangerous. The average person who wants to put a canister of methane in his trunk is thinking, what happens if there's an explosion, if there's a head-on collision? So first, orientation is extremely key. You will be surprised to understand that it is apparently, quote unquote, the most educated of us who are the last people to get on board with the CNG for a few reasons. One, we tell you we can buy fuel. I can afford fuel. I don't need CNG. What happens if my car spoils? But the way the P-CNGi has been going about it is to go for the low-hanging fruit. Don't go build immediately a conversion park or an auto station in Banana Island, Ikoyi, or Giara, with all due respect. Don't go to Maitama. Don't go to Asokoro. Go to Ojota. Go to Oshodi. Go to Mushin. Go to Jabi. Go to Lokogoma. Now, with the removal of the fuel subsidy, what you realize is that the real target markets are the transport systems and the transport people. These are the people who would have the immediate effect and feel of the conversion to CNG. Now, as long as the price of CNG is lower than the cost of fuel, what would happen is that ultimately it affects the transporter and the people who would engage them. It's a total ecosystem. I go in here, we're doing close, the average transporter is saving close to about 72 to 76%. It's not rocket science, 72 to 76%. If on the same cost, you can slightly reduce your cost for your transporter, even by 30%, maintaining the same thing, I guess the adoption has started. Now, because of the challenges we have with respect to infrastructure, we're engaging people with the dual fuel system, which is I'm leaving from Lagos. If we focus on the low-hanging fruits, which are the parks, go and build the stations around motor parks right now. It's there's a reason for the park for people to come back to parks because they have to pick people. If I buy fuel now, I buy in Total. The next place, it's when my fuel finishes, I can buy in the mobile. But with the parks, what we're going to see is that there's a reason for people to come back to the park to pick people up. So once there's a good radius and there's a good understanding of location, geographical location, then this is the best way for the adoption of it. We also, as I'm being told that you're tuned more to the LPG part of EVI very soon. I believe it's part of the works, it's part of what they have focused on because, again, we need to get cleaner. The more reduction in greenhouse gas emission, the better. And I'm sure even the committee can access carbon credits from all of these things when it's gone cleaner. We also on that day we unveiled the eco green generators, which are CNG generators, which range from 62 kVA to 1.5 megawatts. At the end of the day, as someone said here, everything is based. We can't be using diesel to charge electric, which is why we already have the turnkey situation from the LPG to the CNG to the electric vehicle. And lastly, it's extremely key that we start investing in training of people for auto conversion. At the rate we're pushing it, it needs to be pushed equally because
You don't want people to get the adoption and there's not enough training centers for us to be able to match it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Folajimi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. The last mile is very, very important for achieving this ecosystem we're trying to create. And today, of course, this topic is all about creating an ecosystem. We've heard from downstream operators. We've heard from, government, in terms of a policy side. We've heard from, industry stakeholders and the man at the last mile. Subsequently, in this later session, you're going to hear from regulators. But one major component I see that's missing here is gas suppliers, because of course, the sustainability of this ecosystem would depend largely on the availability of gas. We've heard AFVs in the world. There's a country in the Middle East that, currently uses about 750 million scales of gas per day just for its CNG vehicles. The entire power sector in Nigeria uses about 600 to 800 million scales of gas per day. So the potential of this alternative fuel vehicle market is as much as the value that the power sector holds at the moment. There's something he mentioned about using diesel to power electric vehicles. We have to be careful, right? And this is his point. There's a part of this ecosystem that has to do with climate change. There's a lot of upside to get from carbon offsets. Of course, when you're transitioning from diesel and petrol to CNG and LPG, of course, there is some sort of gains in terms of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and so Nigeria will be able to benefit from carbon credits and so on. So also with respect to introduction of electric vehicles, powering an electric vehicle or whatever with a diesel engine or generator basically takes out and negates whatever impact or positive upsides you're going to have in terms of greenhouse gas carbon offsets. And so I need to see an engagement. Of course, the Presidential CNG Initiative needs to engage with the Ministry of Environment. I think that engagement is ongoing. And Nigeria is also creating its carbon trading platform and so on. And so these initiatives have to be plugged in. And one other area that I want to see, especially you at the last mile, is being able to give, just like I fly BA or whatever and I get Avios, right? You need to be able to give user points to your users. That might be a way. So if I convert my vehicle, do I get to participate or partake in that carbon credit, right? So would I get something back? These are all initiatives that can be done to be able to give back and encourage people to be able to come on and transition into this field. We've heard also about training. We want to see participation of agencies like the Petroleum Technology Development Fund. This is an agency that's set up to encourage capacity development in the oil and gas sector. And so the discourse on this presidential CNG initiative is quite massive and has a lot of aspects that need to be covered. But thank you very much. At this point, I want to invite just 2 questions from the audience. If you have any questions for the gentlemen here before they leave the stage, please, can someone just give, okay, let me see. In order of, okay. I have just 10 minutes, and I have just space for 2 questions. So I'm going to be partial here. So I want, for inclusion, 1 male, 1 female. Just so I'm very diverse and impartial. I think the gentleman there raised his hand first. Yes, please. And so I want 1 more lady. Sorry, 1 more person. That person has to be a lady. Okay. There's a lady there at the back. And so 2 questions only, please. And if we answer within 5 minutes, then I might be able to have 1 more.
Thank you. My name is Temi Kate, Seplat Petroleum. This has been very insightful. Just to say, we are 30% contributors to the domestic gas market. Our processing capacity is 700 billion scopes per day in excess. And I mean, where we stop is just at the processing end. And our plan, of course, is to go down the last mile, and CNG is one of our strategic objectives. So it's very critical for us, and that's why we're present in this room. One thing that was mentioned, as the engineer had mentioned and Norbert mentioned, gas supply, right, is very critical. Of course, and that was mentioned at the last minute, but that's very critical. And some clarification I'll need, I think, and that might be directed to the direct, is, right, most of the events we do, it will be in US dollars, right? The debt equity raise, recent projects we did, in excess of about 1.2 billion, why it wasn't dollars. And even after the investments, you still have 30% of that or even more of your spend in USD. Now, at the end user, right, the last mile, which is another critical component, where the revenue and the consumption will be coming to drive the whole value chain. It will be in Naira. The devil is in the detail. I mean, how do you intend to tackle that in your framework, right? That's one. If we're going to be getting our revenue back, that's one. And again, the governance structure of it, I mean, you've said end to end, right? But in terms of the governance of how this will work, because one thing is the receivables back in USD to us or Naira index to the dollar, and two, the actual way of attracting investments that money would come out based on the governance with the critical stakeholders. For instance, I think we know from the it's NDPRA that the money comes back, get some money off consumption, right? So how are they tied into all of this framework in terms of if we drive that consumption and the money coming out from that end of the spectrum? Just some more clarification on that. Again, because this is very linked to the power sector where we have the same issues occurring at the last mile, the end users, and again, up the value chain, gas to the power. These are issues that are burning in the power sector, so we wouldn't like a repetition of that here, right? Because this is a sector we're very interested in playing with and at scale from Seplat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kate from Seplat. So maybe I'll allow you write the question down while I take the second one, just to save time. So there's a lady at the back there who has a question.
Thank you very much for extending this invitation to us. My name is Mrs. Chinwe Owebuti, and I represent the Nigerian Transportation Commissioners Forum. The forum sits the 36th Commissioners of Transportation and FCT. While we are pleased and commending of the CNG technology and other alternatives to power, we see the transition from the traditional premium motor spirit, to CNG and other technological means as a huge opportunity for government to sanitize the transportation sector governance through the redesign of administrative and regulatory framework, which has been talked about here. Our concern is what measures are there in place to ensure sustainability of this initiative, to avoid the huge mistake of the Shopee initiative, such that this is well sustained, to ensure the affordability of transportation for the common man has been mentioned. Our concern in the forum is to ensure that transportation, affordable transportation, public transportation is accessible to all. So we want to know, or we want to know the measures for sustaining this initiative, because from our end we think it will help the transportation sector if an agency or a body for mass transit management is kind of established to ensure that there is an oversee authority on road transportation activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chinwe. And so I'd like to direct the questions at our director on the hot seat. Thank you very much. You have done well so far, but I know you're capable, more than able.
Thank you, Invert. Yeah. So I think the first question from Seplat representative is around how does the money come back in few words for investors. And also how do we ensure hand-to-hand coordination? I believe I captured it as succinctly as possible. Is that correct? The Seplat person, I don't know if it, I think.
Mr. Kate?
Yeah. Is that correct? How does the money come back? Yes. Is that correct?
Yeah,
or
so to address the issue of liquidity, which is plaguing the power sector and so on, yeah.
So, first thing first, I don't think it's a coincidence that the president has charged and put in charge of this program at the steering committee level the executive chairman of the FRS. You know, he in his wisdom, he appointed the chief fiscal revenue person to drive this program, and it was for good reason. And not just this program, even the larger mobility program around carbon market activation, which was announced 2 weeks ago. And of course, he's here represented by his chief of staff, Mr. Tayo Koleosho, ably representing him. And is fully committed to ensuring that the reforms that are being brought to not just the monetary space, but the fiscal environment, to ensure that can see through how money come in and get out of the economy by way of returns to investors is maintained. So that line of sight is very, very necessary for attracting investment. And that's the commitment of the president. You can see that not just in the fuel subsidy removal, but you can also see that in the alignment of the FX market reforms that is being driven by the Central Bank of Nigeria. In terms of the mobility market, CNG market itself, what we'll try to do as much as possible is to domesticate that market, to also ensure that there's an accelerated return for you, the investors, within that market, and then to drive the adoption of that market domestically end to end. The more we are able to nairalize, use naira in our economy, we are subjected to the up and downs of a foreign currency. The currency of Nigeria gives you sovereignty. You are not suddenly now subject to Ukraine-Russian war or the Palestinian-Israeli conflict if you are fully in naira. And I think that is when we actually get the real benefit of the program. And that includes domestication of our steel industry, domestication of our auto conversion, kit manufacturing industry, domestication of our natural gas vehicle, assembly and manufacturing industry. As we drive this, as Nigeria become a producing country, not just producing the gas, but producing all the elements that would drive the cost in the value chain, then it enhances this economy, allows Nigerian goods to be utilized by Nigerians using and leveraging Nigerian currency without being subject to external volatility.
Thank you very much.
To the second question.
Second question about what measures to ensure sustainability in the sector.
Yes, so with eye at sustainability, the president also in structuring this program also ensured that a special purpose vehicle for the purpose of sustaining the program beyond the life of his administration was set up under the MOFI, which is the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, the company that owns practically all government GOEs, government-owned enterprises, and that is the P-CNGi Limited. And that organization is there in place. I also double as a chief executive to drive the financing, the distribution, and the support of this program beyond just the initial incentive. There will be opportunities, of course, to partner, to bring in money, not just here in Nigeria, from the private sector, from international bodies, to drive the investment I talked about to deliver the domestication. But to the point of the coordinating entity and body for national transportation policy, I had paid a courtesy call at the Ministry of Transportation last week, And one of the commitments of the Ministry of Transportation is that the national transportation policy that has always been in the works, but was close to being passed the last administration, will be represented with a very full and robust CNG component to it. But a component of that policy also is the aspect of having a national mass transit authority to be a coordination point between the federal and states and local governments. And I think that is one commitment of the Minister of Transportation. And I hope that we can help them at the P-CNGi to deliver on that.
Thank you very much, Able Director. And to the beautiful audience, a round of applause, please, one last time for our panelists. And so, earlier in your speech, you talked about engagement with GSCN to ensure supply of gas. But don't forget one very, very important thing, my advice to the committee. I think it is important to identify upstream players, because these upstream players have deep pockets, trust me. And so most of them at the moment are changing their business models to integrate from upstream, midstream, and all the way downstream. And so these guys have deep pockets to be able to invest in or collaborate with last mile operators and so on to create an integrated value chain where they can now be able to supply their gas, provide whatever investment that's required by their downstream partners. And so this can be a very, very good model to be able to attract investment, right? These upstream players can collaborate with midstream and downstream players to be able to bring the necessary investment needed to close that infrastructure gap, because the infrastructure gap at the moment is quite wide, from upstream, midstream capacity, you know, and then all the way down to distribution. And so I would want to see the P-CNG initiative create a forum where they engage not just the GSCN, because it's not about the gas supply. It's also about, you know, getting these upstream players, you know, in their strategy to, you know, integrate their value chain to be able to come forth, because they have deep pockets. Trust me, Seplat alone can give us $500 million at the moment. We need 1 billion. So that's just a joke, but trust me, you know, these are companies that already have, they're investing in the ANO gas plant in the east. That could ensure availability of gas in the east, but also they can integrate from there to downstream players within that area and be able to get that gas in the market and provide money to build that value chain, right? And so also we have the gas hub. They're talking about doing a floating CNG facility. They're looking for midstream, you know, partners and downstream partners. And so there are many initiatives and many collaborations that can go on, and all of that will be facilitated by the CNG initiative so that the requirement to raise money will be reduced. And so thank you very much, Mr. Compare. I know I've taken your time. He came earlier to say, you have only 30 minutes. I told him it's not possible. This discussion, you know, would require a whole day, and there's no way. He just gave up and went to the back when he couldn't stop me anymore. You know, so thank you very much again to the panelists. A round of applause as they take their seats. And we leave to discuss some other day. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, the discussion doesn't end here. The discussion would continue even after here. It's a lifelong discussion and would continue to rub minds and forge a way forward. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, I would like to direct your attention towards the screen after this photo shoot. I would like to direct your attention towards the screen as this would forge us towards the next item on the agenda. Studio, are you ready? Studio, are we ready? Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, what you will see next is an exhibition that would forge us towards the next item on the agenda. We're live on social media, on Facebook, We're live on Twitter and we are live on Zoom. Just follow the official P-CNGi handles and you would be able to see us live and also share the link with your colleagues and friends that you want to be part of it from their various locations. This next video that will be projected would lead us to the next item on the agenda, and that will be taking place simultaneously, side by side, the lunch break. The next item will take us from here to an exhibition, but that will be after the video that will be projected. We have the video ready now. Studio, please, go ahead. Thank you very much for that very brief documentary. I'd like to, at this point, invite, before we go for the exhibition and the lunch break, I'd like to invite somebody to do the gas potentials from pricing to availability, incentives, and more. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, I'd like to invite Mr. Justin Ezeala, the MD, Nigerian Gas Marketing Company. Mr. Justice Ezeala. Mr. Justin Ezeala, he's the MD, Nigeria Gas Marketing Company. He'll be doing this presentation very briefly, and immediately after the presentation, we will go for the exhibition that would be just by the Congress Hall, Car Park 3. Okay, so Mr. Justin Ezeala needs a couple of minutes to put together his presentation. I would like to crave your indulgence, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, to join us to do what is called the online presence, to tell the world that we are revolutionizing the transport sector in Nigeria as we are moving to the compressed natural gas. Please pick your phone and feel free to share on your page. Tell the world that history is happening here today, that we are here discussing the roadmap towards the sustainability of compressed natural gas vehicles and engines. Please join us on what we'll call the social media presence by taking a picture, a video, or making a post on your social media handles and telling the world that this is happening here today. Please, you can use the hashtag P-CNGi. Just use the hashtag P-CNGi, and we will be able to follow on all your comments. And if you're already following us on our official handle, please feel free to tag us on all our official handles. If you're following us, you could use Instagram, you could use Facebook, you could use Twitter, you could use any of the social media space that you belong. Take a picture of yourself, take a picture of the brochure, take a picture of what you have here in front of you. You could feel free to quote some of our speakers, only if you can quote exactly what they have said, but if not, please state it clearly that you are paraphrasing what they have said. Remember, we're here to discuss harnessing opportunities for a sustainable future as far as compressed natural gas initiative is concerned. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, I'd like to congratulate you once more for being part of history, for being part of those who is setting the nation in terms of the eco-friendly transport system. And please feel free to engage in conversations after now. On the way forward, we have distinguished personalities, captains of industries, and experts as far as this sector is concerned here in this room. Introduce yourself, let them know who you are and what you do, and discuss, because there are a lot of potentials and opportunities therein for us. We look forward to investors, we look forward to partnership, and what have you. Mr. Justin, are you ready now? I tell you that throughout today's proceedings, we will dive into the various, or you have seen that we're diving into the various facets of the compressed natural gas revolution. We're exploring its potentials, we're discussing its impact on our economy, on our environment, and the lives of our citizens. We're distinguished. We have our distinguished panel who have spoken a lot about the different sector and segment of this, and we're also looking at how experts and leaders in the industries would let us into the opportunities that are here for us and avail us that opportunities as we are part of this airport making event. We would also look into how we can share experiences and also pave the way forward towards a sustainable and brighter future. At this point, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, please, a round of applause as I make welcome for his presentation. He is the MD Nigeria Gas Marketing Company. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Justin Ezeala.
Good afternoon. Oh, okay, yeah. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol already established. Mr. Justin Ezeala is the MD of NGML, that is NMPC Gas Marketing Limited. I'm here to represent him. My name is Haruna Abdurrahman, the Executive Director, Commercial and Business Development of the NGML. And he would have loved to be here, but because of this same strategic project, which is of very important nature to the nation, that he is somewhere else now also dealing with something similar, which is actually an outcome of the COP28 that has just taken place. And we are all aware of what that outcome is. If I may just state, it is also driving towards transition fuel and also renewables. So in order to give effect to that, there is a very strategic event taking place. So he sent his apologies. But that notwithstanding, so let us see what we have here. Permit me to rove around a little. Oh, my picture is showing. I thought my face is not that very good, but where is the presentation? Okay. While you are still struggling with the presentation, I think I should go the analog way. Okay. So the topic of the presentation is bold, not only bold, but all-encompassing. Looking at the potentials, the entire value chain, if I may just cut it short that way. So in order not to bore you with all the details, because when we are saying potentials, the potentials are huge, not just in auto CNG or CNG. Gas, specifically natural gas, potentials are huge. What we know about natural gas is a lot of times we just talk about, oh, natural gas, power, electricity, use it for heating in the industry, use it for transport. It is beyond that. A lot of the things that we use today are natural gas based. So that is why we are using natural gas in Nigeria, and a lot of companies, a lot of countries are also going for natural gas as a transition fuel. Not just fuel, but also as an enabler for a developing economy. Because without it, then the economy will be in a situation that we will not be able to grow at the pace that we want. So as a background, let's go quickly next. Oh, I guess I will still have to refer to what I have here. As a background, what are the potentials? In Nigeria, we can say that we are a gas-endowed country with some liquids. Not that we are an oil country with gas. No, gas with some liquid. That is how we should view Nigeria, because the gas that we have today, proven, and even the one that is not fully proven, the proven one, we can say that we have about 208 TCF, trillion cubic feet of gas, and that will last us longer than oil. And if what is not yet proven completely is there, we can say that we have more than even 600 TCF. That is huge, but how much of it are we using? So for natural gas, I would not like to start defining anything. For natural gas, when we say natural gas, we are talking about methane mainly. Methane mainly. And compressed natural gas, by the name, means that you are compressing the natural gas into more sizable quantity that will be stored in a smaller volume. And that is between 200 to 250 bars. That is huge pressure, but in most cases typically 220. And we still have, which I have not been hearing, maybe it has been discussed, what we call LCNG. That is, you have an LNG that you have converted to natural gas, compressed natural gas. Why is that? Because you want it to go beyond the limitation of the transportation distance of CNG, which is in most cases 250 kilometers. So if you have LCNG, you can transport LNG, then later you convert it to what? CNG, auto CNG. And in doing that, very simple, the technology is there, the cost is not prohibitively high, maybe a little bit, but when you now take into cognizance the distance it will cover, then it is worth it. So what is the position of natural gas in the global energy mix? You can see that in 2020, for example, the global outlook is showing that natural gas percentage of the mix in the whole world of the energy use will be increasing between 20 to 30%. Meanwhile, that of oil and other liquids will be shrinking, not in absolute quantity per se, but in the percentage. So, what is making that to happen? There are a lot of reasons, a lot of factors. One is that it is cleaner. Two is the shift away from carbon-intensive fuels to less carbon-intensive ones. Even though we still have it that natural gas is still a fossil fuel, but is the cleanest form of fossil fuel that is in use today. So it is the transition fuel. Currently, we have over 20 million road vehicles in the whole world that are running on natural gas. Then, when we now go to which country is ahead, we have China, about 5 million vehicles, then followed by Iran, India, and co. Now, going by that, what is the prospect? I already mentioned that. And in looking at that prospect, how do we fare in Nigeria? The government has already put in place a lot of incentives. We have already had that, so I don't need to bore you with the details. But looking at this, how do we key into that, and what is NMPC and by extension NGML doing in that aspect? Now, we have commitments that we have made as a country at the UNFCCC, that's United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that we would have zero or near zero flaring, routine gas flaring by 2030. And usage of CNG will be a very, very key enabler to achieving that. So these are the key drivers of the industry change. Government and political action, which is what we are seeing. Then social and demographical changes. A lot of people are now aware that we need to use cleaner forms of energy. New technologies, whether you like it or not, new technologies are coming. I have heard some of these earlier speakers talk about even electric vehicles, but the electric vehicles, the batteries must be charged from somewhere. And what we have in Nigeria today for power plants are only hydro and what? Gas-fired power plants. So we still have natural gas playing dominant role. Then consumer behavior. What is driving consumer behavior? Demand and supply. It is not just that the demand will be there, the supply will be there. No. And it is not also the vice versa. If the supply is there, the demand will be there. No. When we look at 5 A's, is the CNG available? Is it affordable? Is it accessible? Is it acceptable? And is it assured? So if you can satisfy these 5 A's, then there will be that switch to use of auto CNG in a jiffy. Now let's look at auto CNG in Nigeria. The use of CNG as a means of powering vehicle is not too new in Nigeria, but it has not been that successful because of subsidy regime, and that obstacle has vanished with the proclamation. If that is gone, how long will it take for the adoption? Is now issue about economics. It's now issue about how available it is, the 5 A's I mentioned. In Nigeria today, the source available to us from the National Bureau for Statistics 2018 shows that we have about 11.8 million vehicles on the road. But I'm sure that has been eclipsed now by what we have currently. And with the launching of the National Gas Expansion Program, NGEP, you also have the move towards CNG being accelerated. Now, what is NGML doing on auto CNG and CNG? As NGML, we have the mandate to market and distribute natural gas to industrial and commercial users. And our vision is to be the dynamic gas marketer of choice. So when we are dynamic, that means we will not just be fixated on our pipeline gas, we will be going into the virtual solution and also into even the semi-virtual solution. That's the LNG I talked about converted to LCNG. How are we faring in that aspect? In order not to waste much of our time, we are 100% owned by NMPC Limited. We are a Kama company. Even though we are commercially focused, we are also socially responsible, because as a central key of our core values, we have sustainability there. Now, going by that, we are the largest commercial gas marketing company in Nigeria with our various partners. Some of the companies that have spoken maybe during the question and answers will testify to that. What is the value chain that we are looking at? First of all, the gas supply comes through the pipeline. You have the compression, then you have the distribution. We play in the compression, the distribution in Nigeria currently with our partners. And these partners are well known in the industry. If you don't play widely it will be difficult for any company to succeed in just playing in one little aspect because they are interconnected. So that is where we have the advantage of saying that if we say we are going into auto CNG, take it to the bank that we will deliver. But we will not overpromise. We will do what is needful and say what we will do and do what we say. We are also aware that there is this partnership. I'm going into actuals now, that there is this partnership between NGML and NIPCO, but it is not an exclusive partnership. It is non-exclusive because we want to cover the whole of Nigeria. We cannot cover the whole of Nigeria with over 200 million people, inhabitants, if we say that it is only we, I and myself. So we are going into several collaborations. This is just a start. The NGML-NIPCO partnership being a start because a company is already known to be in that space of auto CNG. So we are looking at having 35 stations as a start. 3 mother stations. It doesn't mean that the mother is giving birth to anything, but is the mother station that will bring about the other stations I'm going to talk about. 3 mother stations and 32 daughter stations spread widely. And with that, we are looking at those 32 daughter stations being available within a span of 1 year, plus the 3 mother stations. Already, we are into this CNG business with NIPCO, and this is just an expansion. There are other companies that talks are already at advanced stage for us to actually widen it, because as I mentioned before, you don't just go into auto CNG without having all the branches interconnected, and also including LCNG. Furthermore, what are the ongoing efforts on these initiatives? I've already gone far. If you can just move the slide to initiatives by NMPC and its partners. We are planning to be able to power over 200,000 vehicles daily, but that will be ramped up in phases. And we are also talking, already have an MOU with a conversion kit manufacturer, because even if you have all this gas sourcing, you have the compression and you don't have the conversion kit that you are making available, there will be no switch by anybody, because the vehicles will be there. They are already using some form of fuel. Until that time that we have vehicles that are factory built to run on CNG coming massively into the country, and we cannot wait until then. We already identified the partner, and we are going into further partnership for even to localize it better. So we have companies that we still want to partner with in the expansion of the auto CNG marketing, as well as even the conversion. So what has been the contribution of this partnership that we have entered with the company NIPCO? I said that we are already in partnership, and this is just an expansion of the partnership. We are into PNG, that's the pipeline natural gas, and the trunk line that we have already, that we are planning also to have, we have 10 kilometers of 8-inch by 4-inch construction in progress, and that is at Ibafo. And for Ibadan GDA, we also have 12-inch by 8 kilometers and 18-inch by 60 kilometers as a form of backbone infrastructure. Over the years, And within just this year alone, we have been averaging about 699,000 SCOF, or let me say million SCOF per month over this year alone on this partnership. Now, what are the plans for the rollout? The rollout, as I mentioned, are going to be in 3 phases that will be executed within a year. The first phase of which we are planning to conclude before end Q1, that is Q1 2024, is looking at 1 additional mother station and 7 daughter stations. And for Q3, which is the phase 2 now, we are looking at 2 additional mother stations and 9 daughter stations. And by Q1 end 2025, which is 1 year, as I said, we now have the complete 32 daughter stations and the 3 mother stations all in place. As you have that, then that is just the beginning. When we say it is the beginning, this is just one partnership. The other partnership we will expand further, because this one is just CNG. It has its limitations by distance, as I mentioned, which is not more or less 250 kilometers from the mother station, because anything beyond that, the cost will not be that economical. What is the value chain of this CNG? From the pipeline, you have the mother station that will compress the CNG. You put it on the cascade trucks. It goes to the daughter station. You offload, then you dispense. But you can also have what is called daughter booster stations, where we will have compressors to compress it, to recompress it, so that it will still maintain its pressure at around 220 bars. I don't want to bore us with the details of how the CNG station will work. It is just like a filling station, only that we have 2 types. There's what we call time fill and the fast fill. The time fill is where you will actually install this in, let's say, large auto vehicles, so that they will just take their time to fill. That is time fill, either in their parks or in areas that you have places to park. But the fast fill, which is what everybody is looking at, you'll be looking at smaller vehicles, passenger cars. You'll also be looking at tricycles. Earlier on, I have had some of my professional colleagues mention the fact that let us focus on those 3-wheelers and these passenger cars. That is actually where we are focusing on. But we are not also losing sight of the fact that in order to accelerate adoption, we need things that will affect the price of goods to come down, which is transportation. And that transportation is for heavy-duty vehicles. So we are looking at that also. What are the other key gas penetration projects that we are doing that is not yet common knowledge, it's not yet public knowledge? On the sidelines of the COP28 that just got concluded in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, we have some signature agreements that were signed, entered into by NNPC. And these are 2 among them is the small-scale floating LNG, and also the phase 1 of the mini LNG that is going to be in Nigeria. The mini LNG is to cater for the domestic market, while the small-scale floating LNG is to cater for the international market. We also have the phase 2 of the mini LNG and phase 3. The phase 1, we are looking at 20 million SCOF per day. Phase 2, 5 million SCOF per day. And phase 3, 42 million SCOF per day. What does that actually give us? It is telling us that for expansion in the future, not distant future, because all these projects are at various stage of implementation currently. For expansion into the future, we have already started with the future in mind. That is the LCNG. And we are also aware of the AKK. The AKK looking at actually expanding the infrastructure of the pipeline up north, because with that you can now site CNG, modern CNGs up north to cater for more areas. Now, how do we hope to market? Typical marketing strategy will tell you 4 P's of marketing, but we are looking at 7 P's. The product, the price, the place, the promotion. But beyond that, we are looking at people. As I mentioned before, we are not just a commercially focused organization, we are also a responsible and responsive organization. And that is why we have sustainability as one of our core values. Aside from people, we are looking at processes. The processes that will make us efficient, not just effective, but efficient in such a way that we will not be taking anything less than excellent. The physical evidence, so that you can touch it, feel it, see it, and have it. We have been talking about key enablers. If they can be put in place, yes, but even if these key enablers are not there, I can assure you that we are ready to go into the auto CNG. And these key enablers include, but I'm not saying that it is exhaustive, how do we get cheap gas from the pipeline that will compress? How do we incentivize this industry? Because this is a pioneer industry. We all have all these pioneer incentives. If they can be put in place, it will make others beside the NGML, the NPC, to come into this business, because we don't want to do it alone. This is for Nigeria. And some of the waivers that have been talked about from the NMDPRA, if they can be put in place, fine. Then the duty waivers. But checks and balances should also be there so that they are not abused. If we have all this, then the rate of switch, of conversion, will be so fast that even the countries that are already ahead, I can assure you, we can overtake them in no time, because we have what it takes to achieve that. So, in a nutshell, this is where we are, this is where we want to go, and this is how we want to get to where we want to go. Thank you very much.
I've been asked to give us room to ask a couple of questions. So we'll be taking just 3 questions. Please, if you have a question for this presenter, indicate so the microphone is brought to you. 1, 2. Are you saying there are no ladies with question in the hall? So I'll start from here.
That was very brilliant. As I said to Micah, I said this is my kind of Nigerian, because of how optimistic and actual that you are. But you did not talk about something, the pricing. What are the issues around pricing, and how do you want to, how are you going to handle that? Is there, I mean, we're not talking about the price itself now, but what is your thinking, and what should the thinking of Nigeria be with regards to pricing? Because it's unfortunate that CNG was at like 130 naira on May 29th before subsidy was removed at a station in Abuja here. Today it's 240 naira or 250 naira per liter in that station. It is 580 naira in a station in Kaduna. So some people are driving the price of CNG to follow PMS price regardless of the cost. That doesn't work well for Nigeria. That is not the intention of the government. That doesn't align with the fact that we remove subsidy and we want to make life better for people. So what is your own suggested pathway for the industry as regards pricing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. During the presentation, I made the statement that 5 A's and affordability is part of the 5 A's. Maybe I did not elaborate and cascade it or drill down to what that affordability means. If you are already using diesel or PMS and it is X, naira, I don't want to say it is so because now it is deregulated. If you say it is so naira, in Lagos it's not that because of the cost of transportation. So in the pricing, what we should be focusing on, of which we are already doing, is that make sure you get the right mix of the gas sources that you are going to use for the compression at the mother station. Make sure the transportation cost is to an optimized level, and make sure that the compression cost is also at an optimized level before you go into dispensing and also your overhead. So what we are looking at in the form of pricing is that the overall pricing that you are seeing in what you have observed in Abuja was dictated by the fact that there is already an existing mother station that is catering for industries, a lot of industries. That you are seeing at the daughter station is just the excess of the capacity of the mother station that is being used there. That's why it is that low initially. So if you have excess, rather than just venting it, you go and say, okay, let me still get something from it. Coming to the real cost, we know that all over the world, usage of, I'm not talking about LPG, because that's not where we are going. As NGML, we are going into auto CNG and auto LCNG. We are looking at our numbers to be between 30 to 40% less cost than what we are seeing in the alternative fuels, that is alternative fuels of liquid, whether PMS or AGO. But because it is not yet fully on ground, I will not want to start giving exact figures, but we should be looking at between 30 to 40% savings or less cost compared to these fuels. That's what I can say if you get all this pricing right. And that's why I also made mention of the fact that if we actually want this penetration to be very fast, we also need to factor in the cost of the conversion and also the cost of the gas and the overall other costs, especially on the licensing, on the permits, everything, which we have already taken into consideration before arriving at the cost savings that Nigerians will be making. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Shegun Akabasho from Zeta Power. Part of my question is related to the question the honorable member has asked. There is the issue of the margin of profit for investors if the pricing is not right. Because the issue of the pricing, the issue of the margin of profit for those who do the virtual piping of these products and those who invest in dispensing stations, the returns must be guaranteed for those investors to come online quickly, and for also the savings for the people who are going to use this conversion is to see a need for it to rush into it, because we were thinking there's going to be a savings of 60, 65 to 70, like one of the panelists has said, that even 72% to 76%. Now you are talking about 30 to 40% savings. So we need clarity here in order for us to propagate what would be the eventuality for those who are going to be in the investment and for those who are going to be the consumers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. If we are talking about reality, we already had one of the participants saying that something is selling at 590 somewhere. And I am telling you that compared to what we have, what we are looking at is between 30 to 40% savings. That means less than what we are using now. But it doesn't mean that when it comes actually, that it will be exactly that 30, because we gave a range. But realistically, based on what is on ground, government policies, everything. But if we have all the incentives that have been reeled out before, duty waivers, some of the incentives of having pioneer status, then the cost will actually come down. And also, if we have concessionary gas price for the auto CNG, that's the pipeline gas, definitely the cost will come down. But as it is now, auto CNG has not yet been categorized as either GBI, that's gas-based industry. It has not been categorized as among the strategic industries that will enjoy those low costs as per what we have in the petrochemicals. But if these ones are done, which will take time, then it can be more savings. But as it is now, this is what we have arrived at in our planning. So let us see how it goes. Thank you. And what I heard before, maybe we are hearing it from a different angle. The last speaker, one of the speakers said, if you have 30% savings, that's a good one. I didn't hear that if you have 75, that means the cost would now be 25% of the current fuel. That's not what I heard. Thank you. Thank you very much, NGML. I think as partners, you said you have several partners. We are probably one of your partners. You are doing a good job. I think the two points I want to make. I think you need to focus also more on extending the pipeline. I'm happy you are cooperating with NIPCO to have pipeline stations to Ibadan. We need more pipelines. The AKK is one that will enable more mother stations to be established. And so we need to focus more on extending lines to other parts of the country. But my question has been answered in terms of the pricing structure. But the other thing I want to ask, currently, it seems that we need to focus more on having more gas in the system. And now that where we are today, there's a need to, so where is the priority for NGML, for instance? There's demand from power, there's demand from industries, and there's not demand from auto CNG. How do we prioritize all these demands in terms of limited available gas? Thank you very much. In terms of enabling or actualizing the government policy on auto CNG, let me also make this clear, that when compared to what power and other heavy energy using industries are taking, we don't see auto CNG taking more than, let's say, 15% of the overall, because we are a country that want to also develop in terms of the industries, in terms of the manufacturing industry. Compare it all over the world. Auto CNG does not take a chunk of the gas availability. Now, even if it is not much, whatever it takes is still taken from gas that is scarce. We as NGML, we have already foreseen this, and we already have some contracts in place that is going to boost gas supply within 2024. We have agreements in place. I will not be too specific. Some of them are subject to availability of just further extension of the gas infrastructure. Some of them, as we speak, before you know it, it is already being injected into the system. So availability of gas for a company like NGML is not a problem, because we have diverse portfolio of gas sources that even today, if not because we don't already have all the infrastructure, not the pipeline infrastructure, all the data stations in place, we can actually start auto CNG in full blast. What we have now is still skeletal because it is not yet sufficient for it to have the criticality that we require as a nation. I mentioned that the first person to ask the question said that something is selling in Abuja here. So it is actually auto CNG that is there. We already have mother stations that are existing, but these ones are catering more for industries. And you can use those mother stations to actually service daughter stations, of which I said by Q1 we are expecting 7 of these daughter stations. Q3 we are expecting 9 and additional, and by Q1 2025, 16 to make it as a whole 32 daughter stations in addition to 3 mother stations, which is just with this partnership alone to service over 200,000 vehicles per day. The other partnerships will now ramp up all this volume to now go beyond these areas of coverage. I hope with this, at least your mind will be at rest that we are on track. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haruna Abdurrahman. Mr. Haruna Abdurrahman is still with us and will be going with us for the exhibition. Just in case you have some questions that are yet to be attended to, you can interact with him in person. At this point, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, we will be going for the short exhibition break, very short exhibition break. You'll be directed on where to go. We're going towards the Congress Hall, Carloth 3, or Car Park 3, Congress Hall. That's where we're going to. You'll be directed towards that exhibition space.
But the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, please, we await you at the entrance of the hall to lead you towards the exhibition spot. Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, captains of industries, we await you to lead you towards the exhibition hall. We're moving towards the exhibition hall.
Means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
Your Excellencies, please can we head out for the exhibition? Please, let's make our way towards the exhibition hall. They await you to direct you, to lead you towards the exhibition hall. Please, we can continue networking on our way towards the exhibition. Your Excellencies, we await you to head towards the exhibition hall, please. Please, the exhibition hall is our next location. The exhibition is taking place in front of the Congress Hall. Please head towards the exhibition space. Thank you.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood
Can we
pressure
have 1
because
minute,
of the.
please, without sound? Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to a momentous occasion that marks a significant leap forward in Nigeria's journey towards sustainable energy. Bernard Ajewale is my name, and I will be your master of ceremony for today's landmark event. Nigeria's compressed natural gas revolution, harnessing opportunity for a sustainable future. That is why we're here. Today we gather here not merely as spectators, but as witnesses to a transformative change, a chapter in Nigeria's energy landscape. The world is at crucial crossroad, and Nigeria, with its rich resources and unwavering commitment to progress, is set to play a pioneering role in the global shift towards sustainable energy solution. Compressed natural gas stands as a beacon of hope and a catalyst for change, offering us a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable alternative. This revolution is not just about harnessing the natural resources. It is about seizing an opportunity to reshape our future, ensuring a legacy of environmental responsibility and economic prosperity for generations to come. Throughout today's proceeding, we will dive into the various facets of the compressed natural gas revolution, exploring its potentials, impacts on our economy, environment, and the lives of our citizens. Our distinguished panelists will speak expertly from their different points of view and shed light on the intricacies of the revolutionary shifts, offering insights, sharing experience, and paving the way for a sustainable and brighter future. As we embark on the journey together, let us remember that the success of this revolution depends not only on the actions of the few, but on the collective commitments of all stakeholders, government bodies, industries, environmental advocates, and every citizen who calls Nigeria home. So let us engage in a meaningful conversation, forge partnership, and unite in our shared vision of a Nigeria that leads the way in sustainable energy practices. Today, it is not just an event, it is a call to action, a call to embrace change, and a call to collectively build a future where progress and sustainability go hand in hand. Without further ado, distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, let the Nigeria compressed natural gas revolution commence. And may the discussions and collaborations that unfolds today pave a way for a greener, cleaner, and sustainable Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, chain. Chain.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
It was a bit easy, but the moment the removal of subsidy was announced, I almost had high blood pressure because of the stress on getting the petroleum as a result of the increase in price. I want to say a very big thank you to the government of Nigeria for making it possible that CNG can come as an alternative to petroleum, because it's going to cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. Someone like myself that would have had a high blood pressure as a result of the subsidy removal, I can tell you I have peace of mind now, and I can call CNG peace of mind. Thank you, government. Thank you, Nigeria.
CNG revolution means actively participating in the journey towards a greener Nigeria, reducing emissions and fostering long-term sustainability.
Yeah, thank you, CNG. CNG really works.
Currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria. But even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleets that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage auto gas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria. But even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleets that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage auto gas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the Head of Corporate Services and Human Capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage auto gas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage auto gas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, Our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for autogas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the Head of Corporate Services and Human Capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for autogas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the Head of Corporate Services and Human Capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOFI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. they are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to a
studio. Thank you, our distinguished guest. To inform you that the next session will be starting by 3, and for now we continue with the exhibition just by the Congress Hall, Car Park 3. The next session will resume by 3. Thank you.
efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleets that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage auto gas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the Head of Corporate Services and Human Capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleets that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOPI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleet that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the autogas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels, they are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOFI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleets that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas, CNG, with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage auto gas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on, one, providing CNG, as compressed natural gas platforms, be it buses, tricycles, as the case may be, for different mass transit options across Nigeria, but even more importantly, allowing for auto gas conversions of existing PMS vehicles to CNG.
CNG goes beyond a mere alternative fuel. It holds the potential to deliver a cleaner, more affordable, and prosperous future for Nigeria, as both commercial and private transport operators witness the escalating daily expenses associated with conventional fuels. They are increasingly recognizing the benefits of a cost-efficient alternative.
As the head of corporate services and human capital, I am tasked with identifying opportunities to save operational costs while maintaining our commitment to efficiency and sustainability. Given the recent removal of fuel subsidies and the subsequent surge in petroleum prices by approximately 300%, MOFI has taken the strategic decision to convert some of our operational vehicles from petrol to compressed natural gas, CNG.
At the intent, at the kickoff, our intent in the next 2 weeks, however, is to provide 100 buses across the country at key conversion sites to enable us to demonstrate to our partners in the public mass transit sector the viability of the conversion option, to enable them to come on board very quickly and rapidly, to even expand beyond the 70,000 fleets that we expect to convert in the next 6 to 9 months, working with a partner in labor as well as in the auto gas sector.
By embracing CNG, they not only save money, but also contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable tomorrow. Nigeria is currently undergoing a transformative shift powered by the adoption of compressed natural gas (CNG) with a clear focus on promoting cleaner energy sources and achieving cost savings. CNG is rapidly emerging as a game changer, offering substantial cost reductions of approximately 40 to 50% compared to the traditional petrol or diesel fuels. This cost efficiency is particularly crucial in a world where petrol prices are consistently increasing.
The intent of the initiative, as described by the administration led by President Bola Tinubu, is to provide a cheaper means of transportation to all Nigerians, leveraging Nigeria's abundant gas resources, and more importantly, to provide a cleaner form of fuel for mass transit, and encouraging the vast majority of Nigerians to leverage autogas for mass transit transportation. This project and this program, which will be going on in the future and is just being catalyzed, the 100 billion naira from the palliative measure that's provided by the administration, is intent on one
little bit in maybe Benin City and in Lagos, but with very, very slow development. Some players entered the market here in Nigeria during the early 2000s, like around 2006 and 7. They did cause a change in the market, but not in the natural gas vehicle section of the CNG. They were more to the power sector. What Nigeria also has, which I consider as riches, is the diversification of the sources of the CNG, because Nigeria is very rich in natural gas. Yes, the pipeline is not that developed, but you have pipeline natural gas, but you also have a lot of associated gas and flared gas in Nigeria that contributes millions scuffs per day, which, if utilized properly, would also be considered as a sustainable source of natural gas and CNG for vehicles. This is something a little bit difficult to achieve. The actual number of vehicles in Nigeria, I've tried many sources. I got figures like 12 million, I got 17, I got 18, I got 22, and I got 23. So I'll go with an average of 20, let's say, because some are registered, some are unregistered. There's the tuk-tuk as well, constituting maybe a couple of million as well. So the market size is around 20 million vehicles. Buses, trucks, passenger vehicles, private, public, and smaller tuk-tuks. Next, please. Okay, so the regulatory framework is a must, of course, to serve the program, serve the initiative, and at the same time ensure the public and the consumers that their investment is sound, that the return on their investment as well is secured, and at the same time they are going to benefit either on the social level or the economic level from this reform. So some administrative regulations need to be put in place or modified, because some of them actually are in place, but the bureaucratic procedure takes quite a long time, like eligibility of companies to act in this field or participate in this field. Some licenses actually go up to 1.5 to 2 years just to get the license to start working in this field, which will not help the expansion, will not help the initiative. Registration fees, licenses, specific activities. As a model, for instance, in Egypt, every activity in this field has its own license. It's not one general license to work in the CNG field. So if you are in the upstream and you extract the natural gas and process the natural gas, this is a license. If you're a pipeline gas network, distribution network, this is a license. If you are a CNG fueling station, this is a license. And if you are a bulk transporter, this is a totally different license. So if the market is segmented, it gives room for more players to enter, each positioned in their targeted sector, let's say. It gives more room for competition, and at the end, the benefit is to the public. They will benefit price-wise and service-wise. Safety standards and regulations. This specific point is very, very important, because it could actually stop the initiative while it's still in its dawn. Because if people have the concept that CNG is dangerous, and I've heard a lot of people, by the way, say, no, I'm never going to install CNG in my car. Am I crazy to put a bomb in my car? Of course, this is a misconception. This is not true at all. And if you go to the statistics and see how many vehicles are running on natural gas compared to accidents related to natural gas, it's almost negligible. But the reason for that, the reason for these misconceptions, or let's say the accidents that happened, are not related to the equipment or the CNG itself. It's rather related to malpractice, improper maintenance, improper installation, improper selection of kit to cylinder, to hose, to valve. So if there are standards and regulations that you follow, you will not face this problem. Plus, these standards and regulation also include the personnel who are working in this field. So if you have the trained personnel, certified personnel, you minimize such issues. No, back again, please. Technical regulations. Cylinders have a technical regulation according to ISO, type 1, type 2, type 3. Each one has its own ISO, like 11439 or 111120, so on. So if you have the technical regulations for every item and every part of the kit, then this actually gives another advantage to the market, which is safety and competition. Sometimes if you go to a dealer and you say, okay, I want to install the conversion kit, they're going to tell you, okay, it's for $1 million naira. And you tell them, no, but this company over there says it's for 600. And that guy over there says it's for 800. What's the difference? So not having a fixed standard disrupts the market. Once there's a proper standard in place and unified standard, I'm not talking about supplier, I'm talking about just the standard. In this case, you will have fair competition, and once again the public will benefit from that. Financial regulations should also be instituted where, like in Egypt for instance, the government, or through the Central Bank of Egypt and the supporting banks, financed such products either in the stations, or they also financed the conversion itself through special dedicated loans that are minimal in their interest rate and extended in their period. So instead of having a loan that should be paid back plus interest in 3 or 4 years, no, for this specific activity, the loan extends up to 7 and 8 years. And the interest rate, instead of being around the 20s, 20% let's say, per year, no, this we're talking about 4 to 5%. But once again, without a proper financial regulation, every bank will put the interest that they want, and it will be treated as a commodity, not as a necessity. Incentives program. This is just a proposition, of course, but there are many ways to put incentives in this point. If you install a conversion kit, you get coupons for free fueling for, let's say, 500 CBMs. If you install a conversion kit, you will have a 50% deduction on your license registration fees. Instead of going and putting subsidy once again on the gas, or putting subsidy on the kit, because Nigeria just escaped the subsidy from the PMS and other products. They're not going to put it again on a different product. And finally, the legislations. For instance, public vehicles like buses, microbuses, taxis. In several countries, by law, these vehicles are not allowed to have the license or renew the license without a proper CNG kit installed. And not just installed, working with a valid certificate, not expired, and it will be tested at the Ministry of Transport, for instance. In Egypt, it's the Ministry of Interior Affairs. It will be tested to make sure that it's valid, working with a valid certificate. If these taxis and public transportation vehicles are not running on natural gas, then they will not have their license and it will be revoked. Once again, this is something that promotes and helps the initiative and makes it run faster. Next, please. Okay. Challenges. Every country, of course, has its own challenges. Let's say some are common for a lot of countries, like the public awareness, like the example I just gave before. But once again, many countries like Egypt and Iran and India, they started publicizing infographics with graphs, pictures, a lot of colorful, let's say, numbers to show the public what is the CNG program, what is CNG generally, what are the advantages, what is he going to benefit as a user. Sometimes you could tell them, okay, the CNG is less carbon emitting fuel, it's better for the environment, it's better for many things, but what am I benefiting from that? Of course, better environment, better health, better a lot of things, but a lot of people want to feel the impact, the financial impact. So public awareness is very important, plus for the safety. Some accidents actually that happen are because once they install the kit, they try it out, they find some technical problems because maybe it was not adjusted correctly on the computer mapping was not correct. So he goes to a normal mechanic and tells him, please uninstall this, take it out. And this causes problems. This causes gas leakages, sparks, a lot of things, and then accidents. And then the accident is attributed to the CNG. The fire or the explosion or whatever was because this vehicle had CNG installed. But this was not the case. It was because of the tampering and malpractice. CNG pricing. This is one of the most critical points, because if the price difference is not tempting enough, no one is going to change to CNG. And the pricing structure is a complicated issue, let's say, because the transmission of natural gas from points of production through processing, then to points of utilization, which will be, let's say, the fueling stations, are all activities that cost money. But if there is a pipeline network, so PNG in this case is always cheaper than virtual pipeline or transported natural gas by skids. So minimizing the virtual pipelines, or let's say expanding the virtual pipelines by harmonizing their expenses, giving these companies incentives like tax holidays or whatever to minimize the cost of the CNG, will impact the sales of the CNG and will impact the initiative itself. Most countries put the CNG at a range of 30 to 40% of gasoline or PMS. Up to 50% is acceptable. More than that, it's going to be a challenge by itself. Distances between cities. This is also a critical issue, because transporting natural gas is done by only one of four things: either direct pipeline, liquefaction, LNG by trucks, compression, CNG by trucks, or the ANG, which is still in early implementation phases, by trucks. Once again, each one of them has their advantage, has the distances they could cover. So if you're talking about short distances up to 150, CNG is optimum in this case. Up to 200 is still acceptable if the volume is large. 300, 400, 500, CNG will be very, very, very difficult to utilize in this case. And I'm talking in bulk transportation because this CNG is going to a fueling station, a daughter station that requires gas to serve the public in this city or this town. The condition of the vehicles. If the vehicles are not maintained properly and the efficiency is below 70%, then CNG cannot be installed on this vehicle. And this will be another problem, because due to economic conditions that many countries are facing, especially in Africa, Egypt is one of them, Nigeria and many others, there is a delay of maintaining the vehicles, which affects the efficiency of the engines. So the client or the user will go to a CNG company and tell them, please, I want to install the kit. They examine the engine and tell them, oh no, sorry, you cannot install the kit. Once again, this will affect the initiative. PNG availability, we discussed it, which is the pipeline gas. Financial support. The financial support is usually by the banks, secured by the government. Banks will not give loans to the public because, let's say, the public don't have the leverage to do so. And if they have the leverage to do so and they're rich enough to do so, they're not going to change to CNG, because CNG, the main target and goal of CNG is economic, is to save money. And people who don't want to save money are not going to go for that. But the majority of the population needs to save money. So it has to be backed up and secured by the government. If we're talking about regulations in this case and financial support, then if we go back to the previous slide and see the point regarding standards and regulations, if these are put in place correctly and all the equipment and the laws are properly implemented, then Nigeria or the operator will be eligible to something called the Green Fund or the Green Loan. In this case, this is a foreign loan that targets such environmental projects that has direct impact on the health and economy of the public, not just governments, on the public themselves. And this is the important role of the regulations and standards in this case. Legislations, once again, are part of the challenges that we're all facing. And I see that the Nigerian government is really taking a serious initiative to help with that. And one of the legislations that I know has been already implemented about 10 days ago is the zero tax, zero customs for the equipment required for this initiative. Okay. Opportunities. So with every project, every initiative, there are opportunities. This project is starting. It's still going to take its steep rise. So in this era, many companies could benefit from that, especially Nigerian companies, of course. If the private sector has the courage to participate in such a project, then they are going to benefit, they're going to make money, and it will be perceived as an opportunity. Once again, with the proper regulations, the proper legislations, and the proper backup from the government, this will be achieved. For instance, tax holidays, PPP, which is public-private partnerships, offtake agreements. If the government signs offtake agreements with the private sector, then they will be tempted to invest and start the project. For instance, if I'm a private sector company and I want to build a pipeline in Abuja, for instance, okay? But there aren't many industrial clients and there are not a lot of fueling stations, so the consumption will be too low. But if I have a offtake agreement in place for a power plant, some industrial clients, residential, and fueling stations, this becomes more tempting that I put my investment and start the project. I'm just giving an example. This could be implemented on everything, on fueling stations, on conversion kits, conversion centers, LNG, CNG. The concept of itself is what we're discussing here. Marketing and clients assigning. This is one of the things that it's already implemented in Nigeria, which is the concessions. But assigning clients to the investors is a very, very good step in promoting the projects and sourcing the finance and the funding. Free land. One of the problems that usually the investor faces is that he's going to buy equipment for, let's say, $1 million, but the land costs $3 million. So he just revokes the project. I'm not going to go through with that. But if the government supports that by giving leases with minimal, let's say, rental or free for project, which is type of an exemption, then this will promote the project, and the only capital investment required in this case will be the equipment plus civil and some minor other expenses, because tax has been already revoked, customs are not being paid, and the land is for free. So you minimize the capital investment, which will affect one of the challenges that we've been talking about, is the pricing of the CNG. Legislations, once again, local fabrication. This is something that's very, very important. If you are able to, let's say, contract with a renowned manufacturer for CKD, SKD basis of kits, cylinders, and other components for the stations, dispensers, compressors, cascades, trucks, whatever is in this whole field, then you are benefiting on several levels. On the governmental level, in terms of foreign currency, exchange rates, you're benefiting that you have localized fabrication or technology, more employment opportunities, cheaper prices, and also a gateway to export. You're not just saving foreign currency, you've also started to acquire and gain foreign currency from neighboring countries and other regions. Next slide, please. Okay. Of course, there has to be a roadmap. There has to be a roadmap in place to ensure the proper implementation of such a plan. When I discussed the project with many of the officials, let's say, and other interested parties, they all say that there is a plan in place. The government really is taking this seriously, and they are trying to resolve all challenges and any obstacle that could arise, causing a delay or stopping of the project. And I think that this is one of the most important points required to move forward with the project. And once again, the regulations and the standards are governing this point as well, because the first step of having a proper action plan and a proper implementation plan is to know what standard are we talking about, what are the regulations we're talking about, legislations, and so on. So if you have these in place, then it's easier for you to plan, because if you have all the information, then the planning is always done more accurately, implemented in a much better fashion, and everyone will benefit from that. Next, please. I think that's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
We have lastly on this agenda a panel discussion. And the panel moderator, Mr. Chijoke Uzoho, please, Mr. Chijoke. If you're in this hall, the time for the panel session is now. The panel session is to discuss best practices on regulatory standards in Nigeria compressed natural gas industry. I beg to take a minute break and confirm if Mr. Chijoke
is here or his representative.
Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, please endeavor to follow us on all our socials. They are up on the screen. You can contact us. Our website is here. And also our email address. The helpline is also on the screen. The Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook handle on the screen. Please endeavor to take our contacts and reach out to us. Connect with us. Distinguished guests, gentlemen and ladies, we're about to take the last item on the agenda for today, and we call it a wrap. And this session is going to be moderated by the program director himself. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I know you may be tired, but we continue to refire. We'll take this very brief session. This will be the shortest of all sessions for today. And it's going to be moderated by the program director himself. Please, a round of applause for Michael Oluwagbemi. He will be moderating this panel, and he would invite the panelists up.
Thank you very much. This session is going to have a little bit of we are gas people, so we have to be flexible and dynamic. But one of the things that have been tugging on the minds of folks have been the issues around the regulation in the sector. And a lot of work has been going on in the background prior to today to ensure that regulation is transparent, is fair, predictable. I think that's the word. And so today we have two very important personalities. One who has been appointed by Mr. President recently to lead the revolution in the automotive sector. When we talk about the natural gas vehicle, compressed natural gas usage in the transportation sector, it is not complete without the automotive sector and its development. A lot of work has been done by this national agency prior to today. But even more importantly is that they are doing even more work going forward to ensure to deliver for Nigeria its cleaner and cheaper form of transportation leveraging CNG. It is my pleasure to welcome the National Automotive Design and Development Council President, DG, Director General, Mr. Joseph, to the high table, or to the discussion table. Thank you. Also, alongside him, we have in-house someone we refer to as our regulatory czar, the man that has been working behind the scenes to make this a reality. Engineer Zion is being Heged has been totally committed to this activity, because regulation, even though it's not the most glamorous aspect of this work, is the most important aspect of the work, because it's the reason why investors will invest, and it's also the reason why we'll be able to crowdsource funding, knowing fully well that they have predictability with it in place. So it's my pleasure to welcome Engineer Zion, who is the regulatory czar of the P-CNGi and representative of the Nigerian Midstream Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Agency. So this will be in discussion form, so I will leave my podium and then just join them on. Yeah, so first is I just want to first thank you for joining us. This will be a brief session. We're going to have about 15 minutes of questions, and then we'll throw it open for you for another 5 minutes, and then we'll call it a day. Director General, can you give us an idea of the mandate of the National Automotive Design Development Council with vis-a-vis its impact on the CNG energy transition program for the transport sector?
Thank you, Mr. Operator. The NADDC is National Automotive Design and Development Council, we have the mandate to regulate and promote automotive industry, the whole sector. And when we say automotive industry, it means not even only vehicle, not only motorcycle, not only the tricycle, even the components that make up those vehicle, tricycle, and motorcycle. So everything put together make up the automotive sector. So we have the mandate to regulate it, to promote it, and ensure that our products are competitive and meet international standard. So now that we have CNG, that means that role still extends to CNG vehicles. And when we look at automotive industry altogether, that's why we try, because when you want to promote it, a lot of other things that you think are not automotive per se are somehow related. When you talk of CNG, the gas, because without gas, the automotive sector cannot function. Because you need the gas, if it is CNG or if it is PMS, but now we are focusing on CNG. It means even if we produce the vehicle, and we have everything okay, and we meet international standard, if the CNG is not available, we cannot function. Even if it is available, if it is not in the right quantity, if it is not stored in the right way, if it is not dispensed in the right way, then we are back to square one. For any investor to invest in auto or in auto industry, I want to produce a CNG vehicle, a CNG kit, I want to start training people on how to convert, the first thing they will think, where is the market? And if I have the market to sell, where is the support, which is the CNG itself? So that is the mandate we have concerning this CNG, and that's the mandate of NADDC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Engineer Zayan, same question to you. You work at the NMPDRA. You're a product of the reforms that were occasioned by the Petroleum Industry Act, which merged both the DPR, Department of Petroleum Resources, downstream components and midstream components with the Petroleum Equalization Fund, I believe, and some other units. Can you speak to the mandate of the NMPDRA vis-a-vis and how it impacts the CNG program?
Thank you very much, my director, and good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today I wear two caps, the P-CNG cap and the NMDPRA cap. Literally, I'm wearing the P-CNG cap, and I'm representing my more permanent and pensionable cap, which is the NMDPRA cap. It's indeed my pleasure to share my thoughts this late afternoon. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority is the creation of a Petroleum Industry Act. And as you rightly mentioned, it is a merger of three defunct agencies. The midstream and downstream part of the defunct DPR, and then the Petroleum Pricing Regulatory Authority, and then the Petroleum Equalization Fund. As the name suggests, the mandate of the authority is to be the technical and the commercial regulator of the totality of activities in the midstream and downstream space, both for liquids and for gas. So in a nutshell, this is the core mandate of the authority. Now, dovetailing to your question, how it relates to CNG, and indeed gas in general, the value chain that we are responsible for is the midstream and downstream. And in the midstream space, you have processing, refining, transportation, and bulk storage. So if you want to establish, or you want to construct, or you want to operate any facility in the midstream space, you need a license, you need a permit, you need a kind of approval, both for safety, both for operational integrity, both for personnel competence, and even commercial viability and justification for citing of those projects. Again, in the downstream, you have distribution systems. You have retail and marketing. So if you want to get involved in any distribution activity of gas, in marketing of gas, in retailing of gas to the end user, you also need to get permits, to get approvals, to get licenses in this particular space. So this is what we do. And historically, in the defunct DPR, where most of these functions were domiciled before they were moved to the authority, all previous CNG and gas facilities went through the regulatory process, and most of the players in this room will attest to the role that the defunct regulator and now NMDPRA has played, is still playing, and will continue to play to enable the business, to ensure that investors get their approvals in a timely manner, in a transparent manner, and in a consistent manner, in such a way that businesses will be enabled to deliver value to the country through job creation, through GDP growth, and many other multiplier effects. So in summary, this is what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. I think I missed out Dr. Elgawish. Is he around? Okay, Doc, you need to join us. So, yeah, I knew I was missing something. Please give him a round of applause. He's going to join us on here because he's he was the one that had I believe he had spoken just before now, and it's good that he gives us some insights on what had obtained in the Egyptian client with respect to regulation. We've heard from the automotive regulator. He regulates the vehicles. So when you talk about the conversion, how they are converted, the workshop itself where the conversion happens, the technicians that are trained, the process of accrediting those workshops and the technicians. NMPDRA regulates the hydrocarbon, the dispensing aspect of the work. In your country, give us a background. How does it work? Who regulates what? And what did you see or view as a missed opportunity, perhaps, that we can learn from and improve upon in the Nigerian context?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. Well, regarding the regulations, of course, there are different aspects that needs to be regulated and standardized. For instance, as you were speaking about the kits, for instance, and the cylinders and the equipment, they all should follow a certain standard, either the ISO standard for the equipment, but once again, for the installations, you need to follow, for instance, the NFPA 52 regarding the stations itself and the safety distances. Could you build a station in this area or not? For the transportation of the gas, one of the most, let's say, followed regulations is the ADR regulation. Although it's not that common in Asia, for instance, but Europe and the Middle East follow the ADR, and some of them follow the ASME regulation as well. It depends on which regulation Nigeria would like to adopt in this case, because there is the JB regulation, there is the EN regulation, the ADR, and the ASME. They are all related to how the goods should be transported, yet the equipment itself also should have their own credentials, like the TPED, for instance, which is the transportation of pressure equipment derivatives. CNG is always stored in a pressurized container, so it has to, this pressurized container has to be certified in a certain way by a certain notified body as well. And this is one of the important things that I think Nigeria should also pursue, and we lack that in Egypt, to be honest, which is the third-party notification bodies. If you have a station here, or if you fabricate, let's say, a tank here in Nigeria, you have the know-how to do so. But you'll be stuck with a problem, which is the accreditations and the certification of this tank. Because you, for instance, the TPED certificate, is only issued by certain notified bodies in certain countries. So if you need to accredit your tank that you manufactured here in Nigeria, you will have to appoint a third party notified body from a different country, and this will be a huge expense. Although this same notified body could have its local office here in Nigeria. I don't want to just say names, but examples are like Lloyd's, TUV, Bureau Veritas, and so on. I think that it's important that these local notified bodies have the possibility or the credentials necessary to be able to give you the necessary certificates and to start your operations. Otherwise, it could be costly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Engineer Zayan, you have been leading the effort from within the initiative with respect to syncing the activities of other agencies, NMPDRA, SON, NADDC, several. I know that the committee, Interagency Committee, was inaugurated last week. Can you speak to the vision, what a regulatory environment looks like, and what are the likely milestones we're going to get in terms of output from that interagency committee that has since started work?
Thank you very much for that. The P-CNGi, which by now we are familiar with its mandate and its modus operandi. Now, one of the directorates under the P-CNGi is the Regulatory Compliance and Facilitation, which yours humbly is mandated and saddled with the responsibility to coordinate. And one of the things we did was to set up a framework, a mechanism involving all the direct regulatory entities and even the tangential regulatory entities that are not per se core regulators, but they perform some quasi regulatory functions or some support to some other regulators. So we wanted to bring everybody in the room, and we did succeed in bringing actually as many as possible. We have the NMDPRA, we have the SON, NADDC, MBTE, NITT, FRSC, NITDA, all the abbreviations. It will take a lot of time to call them in full. But we now set about identifying, what the statutory roles of each of this agency is and how it can support the presidential initiative. After doing that regulatory mapping, we now set up a mechanism to see that each of the regulatory entity is aligned to make sure that all their own regulatory activities are comprehensive enough, are complete, and are deployed effectively, timely, to ensure that there is not a single regulatory gap as long as the CNG initiative is involved. And the biggest elephant in the room, of course, is the Standard Organization of Nigeria, because virtually every other agency relies on the Standards Organization of Nigeria to also roll out or complete its own regulatory instruments. Of course, you are already aware by the law establishing the SON is the only body empowered statutorily to set up standards for the country across the entire sectors. But they work hand in hand with any relevant sector in bringing out the standards per those sectors. So now, last week, the technical committee of the SON, involving about 68 stakeholders representing more than 50 different entities from the supply side, from the demand side, from the manufacturing side, from the government agency side, from the private sector, across the entire gamut of critical stakeholders. And that process that typically takes 3 months or thereabout to complete have been compressed to about 2 weeks work. And going by our current timelines, today and tomorrow, we are wrapping up the adoption, the domestication of the various ISO standards, ASME standards, API standards that are relevant to CNG and other gas, LPG, LNG, and any other gas stream that needed to be closed out. So the Standard Organization of Nigeria is using this opportunity to close out all standards around the gas space. So it's not only CNG that is being done, but alongside CNG, also all the entire gas streams have been dealt with. And by that timeline, by this week, we'll have closed with that, and then we are hoping that the council and the minister will approve the standards and will be deployed by the end of this year. So that's our current timeline. It's a very, very aggressive timeline, and all the critical stakeholders are aligned to achieve it. Now, all the other regulatory agencies also have reached advanced stage in completing their own regulatory instruments, leaving inputs that are necessary from SON as black box, you know, so there is a plug and play. The moment the SON standards are closed out and issued officially, and in fact they have insights into what the likelihood of some of these standards are, and they have already done background work. So the moment SON standards are officialized, then every other entity that now relies on SON will also quickly follow suit. And we hope by end of January next year, 2024, all the regulatory entities in Nigeria that have one thing or the other to do with CNG will have closed out their regulatory space. Because we recognize without clear, concise, consistent, transparent regulations, investors will be worried, investors will be hesitant, investors cannot predict what the outcome of their investments will be. So that's why we need to quickly plug out that aspect. And a lot of commendation goes to a lot of the director and the various agencies that have been working assiduously behind the scene actually to see that this is dealt with. So thank you very much.
So I think it's obvious that you are working on high speed. I think that's the assurance that the room wants to get, that this is going to be done quickly and it's not going to be boggled up in the bureaucracy. Speaking to this, Mr. DG of the Automotive Design and Development Council, what opportunities do we see in the regulatory landscape for Nigeria? When I mean opportunities, I'm speaking now in terms of your sector, which is the automotive component of this. What are the upsides of Nigeria developing the Nigerian gas vehicle landscape, both in terms of export and job creation and all of those things that an optimal regulatory environment can allow versus one that is not optimal? What opportunities do you see?
Thank you. The opportunity there is enormous, because when you are starting from ground zero and you have to move, it means you have the opportunity to move at a greater speed. For example, if you are from a 0 to 1,000, it's different from someone that is moving from 1,000 to 2,000. The percentage is different. So the opportunity we have again is that we have opportunity of learning from others, because we just hear from Egypt's experience, and we've heard from nothing less than about 5 countries. Iran experience, some countries in Europe. So we have all these experiences to learn from. But apart from that, there is a great market in Nigeria. That's number one. And number two, Nigeria is a gas producing country. So with these two opportunities, 2 factors, the market factor, the gas factor, we have great potential to develop at a very fast rate. He just mentioned what the agencies and his committee is doing concerning the regulatory. We are doing all these things so that we'll be able to encourage the investors to know that we are putting the right things, we are doing the right things, we are putting step there, we are doing the right thing to ensure that there is safety and there is protection of investment. There is a great potential because, again, we have some company already trying to invest in CNG vehicle in Nigeria. We have some that are already doing conversion in Nigeria. And I'm so amazed because the level at which Nigerians learn this, you'll be surprised, because I know that you have visited one or two of them, because when I met some, they told me that, that Mike was here and I discussed with them. You'll be surprised the kind of talents that Nigerians have here. So another third factor is the expertise, the resources we have. We are not saying we are good yet, we are there yet, but with the training, normal training, training that are based on conversion, training that are based on building from the scratch, then I'm sure that we get there. Then there's this other aspect that we are not even taking, we are not talking about in a great deal, and that is motorcycle and tricycle. What Nigerians are doing in that space, and when you look at tricycle and motorcycle, the investment there already. I came from one event to this, I was in one event, and we were discussing about the kind of fund that Nigeria is spending to import tricycle and motorcycle into Nigeria is mind-boggling. So this alone, even if we just say, let's invest in producing tricycle and motorcycle that run on CNG, is going to conserve a lot of efforts for Nigeria, a lot of potential there, a lot of opportunity there. So investor can just look and pick one side. I just want to focus on tricycle. I want to focus on motorcycle. I want to focus on producing the cylinder. I want to focus on building gas stations. So there are a lot of potential. And when you come to our own vehicles, in fact, I cannot talk about vehicle enough, because the potential in manufacturing vehicles is also enormous. You can assemble there in Nigeria. We give a lot of tax rebates, as well as duty or duty exceptions. Federal Minister of Finance just announced some exception about last week, and this also is enough incentive for will-be investors. So all these incentives put together make it easier or make it attractive for any investor to invest in Nigeria and to invest in a CNG vehicle in Nigeria. Thank you.
I think we have an opportunities for the floor to ask questions, if we have any. Panelists, as I indicated, are from the two foremost regulatory agencies, one on hydrocarbon, NMPDRA, and NADDC. And we also have another panelist visitors from Egypt who can give you perspective. If you have any suggestions, any ideas, all right, can he get? Yeah, all right. Okay, I think we got one. Right.
Yes, good evening, Anes. My name is Sheikh Makabashon again. Dr. Gawash, Mohammed, yes. There's something you said earlier, and it keeps what happened in Egypt. And I'm happy you're back on the panel, so our director can address this issue, because there was the first panelist we had talked about policy, a more direct policy. and they mentioned the issue of a policy directive that, okay, we don't want certain kind of cars. And of course, the director gave political reasons because of the diversity and the complexity we have in our country as a nation. So you now give another similar directive that it happened in Egypt. Like for instance now, where a municipality, instead of a federal government now giving such directives and saying that in the next 2 years, or I don't want these taxes that are going to be applying my city, my municipality. I want to make sure that in the next time you're going to come in the next 2 years to revalidate or to get your licensing again, that you must have conversion to CNG, so we can escape this national issue and we can pilot in little areas. So I just want you to expatiate if I'm on the right track, and if the director can also see the possibility of trying that. Thank you.
Well, regarding this point, yes, there was a political legislation, and it was issued by the Congress, Egyptian Congress. Well, we have a parliament, not a Congress, okay? And they issued a law that all public transport vehicles have to run on natural gas, okay? And with this law, all agencies must follow accordingly. So when they go to the traffic authority to renew their license, they must be checked for CNG, and not just, as I said, an installation. No, the kit itself or the system itself has to be validated to make sure that it's running and working. Once again, because our systems are installed for many years now, so periodically there is an inspection for the cylinder. Every 5 years there is an inspection for the cylinder, and there is a validation certificate issued by a certain notified body accredited to do so. This certificate is one of the documents required to renew the license. So once there is a law in place, all agencies have to follow, and there has to be a correlation between all the agencies for the same reason. For instance, this is not related to conversion per se, but it's still CNG and it's something brand new. Last year, the traffic agency in Egypt, trucks specifically, they have nothing to do with the technicality of the vehicle itself. Okay? So if you have a tank, they have a classification for this tank, and they give you the license accordingly. Disregarding, the technical condition or the technical aspects or what standard that this tank follows. Okay? So starting this year, any transporter for any type of product, but specifically, of course, the oil and gas, has to get a certificate of compliance from the gas authority, from the petroleum ministry, from whatever authority that he follows. And this document is one of the documents required by the traffic authority to renew or issue his license. So, for instance, if I have a CNG skid, and this skid is not according to, for instance, the ADR regulation, and in Egypt the ADR is a must and it's mandatory. So when I go to the traffic agency to renew my vehicle or my skid license, they're going to ask the semi-trailer license. They're going to ask for this document now. In the past, all they did was check the dimensions according to the traffic law. It's 2.45 centimeters in diameter, it's 2.6 in height, it's 12 meters long, okay, valid, take your license. Disregarding the actual, let's say, target of the vehicle, which is to transport gas. Now this has been placed, or let's say activated, and for instance, for taxis, for buses, they must have the credentials with valid certificates to renew their license. For bulk transportation, now it's the same. The truck has to get the necessary validation certificates from the gas authorities, and it's now one of the documents required in the renewal process.
Thank you. So I think second leg of that was for me. I'm the moderator, but I still get. But in terms of what, if it is possible, yes, it's just that it's not direct. Democracy or federalism is not a reason for not developing or not taking action. We have strong coordinating mechanism in the National Economic Council, the National Transportation Council, which is coordinated by the Ministry of Transport, and also through various mechanisms between the states and the subnationals to effectively coordinate issues around vehicle registration and renewal. The national, as at our last sitting with the Ministry of Transport, the national transportation policies due for representation. And one of the content of the draft that is already on ground is a target date for the elimination of new registration of PMS and diesel vehicles when it comes for commercial uses. So there will be a set date upon the presentation and approval by the Federal Economic Council, upon prior approval by the National Economic Council, which has the state governors as members, to then cascade it to the Federal Executive Council. And once the approval comes in, that becomes the policy of the country. And every state will then have an obligation to domesticate that, and through our VIO system, VREG system, and the FRSC system, those can be enforced. It's just a longer, democracy is a lot messier than autocracy, naturally, but it's a longer route, but we'll get there. But the most important thing is our commitment as a nation to moving us to a cheaper and cleaner future, leveraging NGV. I hope I answered the question. Thank you very much. We have room for one more question. Okay. Okay, Engineer Zaya. Okay.
Yeah. Again, there is a flip side to some of these sunrise policies. Especially when you cannot guarantee availability across the nooks and crannies of the country. So if you do a law that mandates every commercial vehicle, for instance, to convert to gas, and then you have a citizen who is in an area where that gas, so are you going to give him a waiver or an exemption of that law? So we need to be very deliberate about it and address the first things first. And I think the P-CNGi is one of the critical enablers to link the value chain: gas supply, gas processing, gas transportation, gas distribution, and gas marketing, and take it to every nook and cranny of Nigeria within the quickest possible time, which if you allow these things to happen at STP, at standard temperature and pressure, they may take a very long time to happen. But at the elevated temperatures and pressures we are working, we intend to compress that natural timing to something significantly smaller, which with our collective effort, both with what the government is doing and with what the private sector now is called upon to do, then we can link the value chain quickly and more effectively. Then we can now mandate our commercial operators to operate on gas, and then the law will be sensible, because you can enforce it if nobody is complying, because he has no reason not to comply. He cannot cite an excuse that, yes, so I will have complied, but where is the gas? So I think that's an important thing to highlight in our own peculiar situation. Countries like South Korea have laws, some countries like India and many other countries, but gas is assured anywhere you go in those countries. But for now, we are not yet there in Nigeria, but we are working very hard to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. One last question. Yeah.
Yes. Well, okay, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Isiocha. I work for Techno Oil. My question is directed to Engineer Zayan. Thank you very much for all you do with your team in NMDPRA and for also supporting us in the LPG space. We have a cylinder manufacturing company, you know. So, but my question would be, talking about regulations, you know, for the LPG space, it's now automated, you know, with the NMDPRA, and it's swift, it's automated, it's interesting. So, will it also play out the same way with this CNG? And will it also be timely automated like we are currently enjoying in the LPG space? Thank you.
Okay, the platform that you mentioned is called AGS, the Automated Gas System. And that automated gas system was deployed, I think, about 5 or 6 years ago. And all applications around any aspect of gas goes through that portal. So that portal have application window for LPG applications. It also have a separate window for CNG operations. So if you want to establish a CNG compression station or CNG retail station or CNG downloading stations, what we call daughter station, the compression station sometimes is called mother station for ease of understanding. So you go through that AGS, everything you want to do from importation of gas products to processing of gas facilities, to retail outlets, to pipelines, the entire gamut is represented. So all you need to do is to know which aspect of the portal to direct your application to. And our lines are open 24/7. If you have any challenge accessing or utilizing that portal, please feel very free to contact any designated office of the authority or any officer, or through the hotlines. It's open 24 hours a day. All you need to do is to create your own company profile like you do in the LPG operations, and then you direct your application accordingly. So yes, the CNG aspect is adequately covered within the regulatory framework of the NMDPRA. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Zayan, and I just want to thank the audience for staying with us all the way through. I want to summarize the thoughts around this panel as being on the regulatory framework, and we heard from two representatives of two important regulators, the Automotive Design and Development Council and the NMPDRA regulatory hydrocarbon. Once you have the car and you have the fuel, I believe you are ready to go. And they explained to us their vision for the regulatory environment, especially that one that is driven for progress. We also heard from Egypt. Dr. Gawash explained very well. Mohammed explained to us what is ongoing in that country and opportunities for us, especially trying to make sure that third-party inspection companies that are international are also localized to reduce the cost, and also spoke around the policies that drives adoption. On this note, I want to say thank you very much, and I want to thank our panelists for your insights and your input, and we look forward to continue to engage you all as we move down in the future. Thank you very much, and God bless Nigeria. I think we can take a quick picture, and then that's it.
Please, can we have the national anthem as we close out? Please, can we have the national anthem as we close out? Can we all rise? We take the national anthem and close out. Thank you very much, and stay blessed.